Good morning, everyone. It is nice to meet you. Dennis has already kind of told you about me. I am coming to you from Philadelphia. My guess is it's a little chilly, perhaps where you guys are as well. Fall has officially arrived. It's so nice to see everyone. I'm looking forward to the time today. I think there's a bit of a joke here. I don't tend to be as good with jokes, but this is cost, which we will make fun somehow. That might, or at the very least, interesting. It can seem like a dull topic, but it is so important to organizational and, in particular, as we're going to talk about it, nonprofit resilience. A little bit of, as we get started, you guys can see my screen. I just want to double check the PowerPoint, right? So we'll run through this. I'm not, Stuart, can you confirm whether or not they have received the PowerPoint?
I don't, I can't recall. I can send it out now.
Yeah, happy to do that. Yeah, that way you guys can take, notes as you want, either electronically or pen and paper, if that is helpful. In terms of the lay of the land for today, I think we will be maybe a little bit more, what I'll say, content heavy in the beginning, in terms of just kind of getting down some big themes and ideas that I'd like us to focus on for today. One of my big goals, though, is to make sure that this is extremely interactive. What's great about these types of sessions is that we all learn from each other. And to be completely frank, me talking for a couple of hours, that doesn't sound interesting probably to anyone, including myself. So please interject. I want to hear your experiences, what you are currently facing, if you feel comfortable, safe, discussing that. If it's something you want to discuss and you would prefer it not to be recorded, let me check with Stuart and Dennis, but I think it would be fine for us to stop a recording so that we can have a rich discussion, and then we can turn it back on. Questions, comments, feedback. This is meant to be helpful and for us to really have a very engaging conversation. I'm very excited. I hope the timing. So I'd like to hear from the participants a little bit to understand whether or not you'll be on. We do plan on having a great set of guest speakers with us around the 1 o'clock hour. That's 1 o'clock Eastern time. And if I heard you correctly, David, that sounds like that might conflict with your virtual.
Yes, unfortunately, that's right at the lunchtime hour for the event. That
okay.
It's the award ceremony.
Okay. All right. Well, well, I guess we'll just have to move on, but I hate that we won't be able to have your experiences as part of that, but it will be recorded for your benefit. So we'll have more of, I guess, what I would call, the content lecture component early on. We'll have the panel after lunch. And then we will move on into case study and additional questions and discussion as we move into the afternoon. Before we get started, you guys may have done some of the prior modules and already know each other, but this is my first time seeing you, except for Stuart and Dennis. Would love to hear a little bit about you all, your background, what you're hoping to get out of this. Obviously, I have remarks in my content prepared, but as best as I can, would love to pivot and make sure that the perspectives that we discuss and examples that we give are pertinent to the questions and thoughts that you're having at this time. David, can I start with you? You're just showing up. I'm going to kind of go through where they are on my screen.
Sure. Yeah, I'm Dave Holmes. I am the programs manager for the Midwest for Candid, which was formerly Foundation Center and GuideStar. A couple of years ago, we changed over. And I'm in charge of running training programs for the Midwest region and also our national trainings, our workshops, proposal writing, grant seeking, fundraising planning, materials like that. So I'm interested today, less for my own organization than for the organizations that I frequently have to help. People come in regularly asking questions about especially things related to budgeting and cost and especially about resilience lately. So I'm
Yeah.
very, very excited and interested to hear what you have to say.
I would say the same. I'm really excited to hear more about the particular perspectives and how it relates to what we're doing. So thank you.
Great.
Nice to meet you, Dave. And it sounds like you go by Dave. Okay, great. Lauren?
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. So I am a financial accountant and I'm based in Oklahoma. I had worked for one of our regional food banks, which is where my love for nonprofits sort of started. I left there and now I work at an accounting firm and do accounting for about 23 different clients, both nonprofit and for-profit. And I basically am taking this series because number one, I find it really interesting. And number two, my kind of professional goal for myself is to eventually sit on a nonprofit board somewhere and do service and everything that way. So I'm kind of taking these classes to listen to everybody else and their stories and their ideas and just sort of learn more so that I can develop professionally. So
Sounds great. Well, with this being cost, again, we all will learn from each other. I'm pretty used to having accountants in, so I should have told you guys in terms of the background. Dennis already shared that I am a faculty member at the College of Business. So I often teach in MBA and executive courses. I'm used to having accountants, and sometimes the way we think, there's not that much difference between fixed and variable costs, but enough that we often have interesting conversations. But that said, you're used to thinking in those types of environments. So again, just welcome, sharing and any additional commentary that you have based on your experiences.
okay.
Great. Gabriel? You go by Gabriel, Gabe? Or Gabe? Oh, you're muted.
Apologies about that. Yeah, Gabe is fine. Not a problem. I'm in a Cleveland-based area. I work in downtown Cleveland for a not-for-profit. I spent a couple years in public accounting in the audit section before making a switch to private for a not-for-profit. I'm the assistant
I've got
controller
several
there.
accountants.
Yeah. Cost
Like I
base
said, you
usually
guys can
accountants.
give me a lesson in cost then.
So my goal is here just to start to, learn more and become more focused in the not-for-profit section, as that's where I'm currently working in. Long-term goal with my company is to, move up the ladder here and, just grow my own professional development. So I think this would be a great program for me, as I'm kind of taking some of the first 3 courses as well, backtracking to, catch up on those to try to receive the certificate. So I think it'll be really great.
Sounds great. Welcome, Gabe. And then Cheyenne, are you able to chat? Hi.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Cheyenne McKenzie. I currently work for Milwaukee County, which is a local government entity in Wisconsin, as the risk management loss control manager. And then I'm also a graduate student at UW Milwaukee in the joint Masters of Urban Planning and Masters of Public Administration program. And so I'm taking this graduate certificate program to further my career in terms of professional development once I graduate in the spring.
Nice to meet you. Well, we have some variety of backgrounds, and I really look forward to it. I think Elizabeth is in and out. When she joins back, we'll let her introduce herself. Some of you may have already met her. It sounds like, how many of you have already gone through prior modules? It sounds like at least, okay. Have you gone through all of the 3 prior? No, just 1. Okay. All right. Then you may or may not have met Elizabeth. She was doing module 1. I believe that's correct. And then Dennis who is joining us. If you continue on, he will be doing income related resilience next week, actually. I believe it's next Friday. That's correct. Okay, so you guys can see the slides, just confirming again. Right, so again, as I've already joked, some of these concepts, they may be familiar to you. And if they are, that's great. Give me feedback so that we can continue to move on and delve a little bit deeper. If they're not, that's also fine. We have structured this module in this workshop to be flexible to a variety of experiences and expertise. And that's the goal, is for us to kind of try to tailor this to your needs and where you have particular points that you want to focus on. We are going to start, one of the keys, so we all, we have a good basis based on what we all do in terms of thinking about costs and expenses. The real goal in thinking about this in terms of resilience strategy is to really think about, I'll call it broader, like kind of buckets of cost, and how you may be able to think possibly about, potential reallocations or different ways to think about your portfolio of your cost structure in order to be resilient. Dennis and Stuart have heard me say this often. I will use the word resilience, but you will hear me also move back and forth between that. And I often very much like to think about it more as agility. And I think those two are quite synonymous, at least in the context in which we're going to discuss today. And one of the things that we're going to focus on, so, fixed versus variable, we'll talk about that actually pretty much in the next few slides. And that'll really be a key area that we're going to talk about and make sure people are clear in terms of thinking about not only conceptually or abstractly, but also for your particular nonprofit. I'm hoping that you all feel comfortable sharing your particular experiences and us really delving in, you using this as some time to reflect on your own experiences in your own organization. Or as Dave said, maybe it's other organizations that you might want to call as an example of thinking about fixed versus variable costs. And in particular, how that might relate to both short-term reactions that your organization may need to face. We're obviously still, and I guess for most of us, unfortunately, we are still in the middle of the pandemic crisis. I think we all would just wish it would be done, but that's not where we are. So there are short-term pivots and short-term adjustments that all have to be made, but then we also need to be thinking long-term, and that's going to be another key focus here, is how to think about long-run planning as it relates to cost structures such that it makes you have more resilience and more agility in the short run. That's how we're going to think about it. So we're going to kind of lay out how we think about that short run versus long run. Again, the third bullet point may be quite familiar to some of you, but I want us to become familiar and be comfortable with the concepts of economies of scale and economies of scope. They matter a lot for thinking about the efficiency of your organization. By efficiency here, I don't necessarily mean lean. I mean in terms of resilience, in order to think about your overall portfolio. And these are fundamentally going to get to what's the right size of your organization, how you should think about that, and also how you should think about a product space. Okay, what types of products your organization should be thinking about. What's interesting about that component is, you can already see, and it's going to come up in so many places that we're going to talk about, you can't talk about costs without talking about what the fundamental mission is, and really what the overall it's going to relate to mission, and it's going to relate to revenue strategies as well. We're not going to hone in on the revenue strategies. Dennis will get to that a little bit more in the next module, but they go hand in hand, right? In order to think carefully about the best way to structure your costs, you need to understand what your revenue portfolio is going to look like, perhaps even other components of your organization. Okay, so we'll continue to discuss that. Again, I just want to invite you and encourage you. Any questions as we move along, please let me know. I'm happy for you to just interject, unmute yourself. If you feel more comfortable raising your hand, that is also fine. Whatever works well for you. Any questions as we're getting started? Stuart, did you have a question?
Just not real fast with the unmute. So as you were describing that intro, what I was thinking about is structures or funding sources typically dictate the way you're accountable for spending the money. And I know you're going to talk about this, but that's like the #1 challenge I see, to being nimble and flexible and resilient. And if you just keep that in the back of your mind, maybe somewhere you'll make me feel better by telling me how to deal with it.
Will you give me a particular example that you're thinking about, Stuart?
Sure. Specifically with federal dollars. If you get a contract to do XYZ from the government, and they've laid out in detail how they want those dollars allocated, then your initial budget becomes a bit of a straitjacket.
Yeah.
So, you know, they don't always account for circumstances, and they don't allow you to negotiate backwards. And so I know this is ahead of the game. I don't want you to spend, get taken off your track here. It's just, that's what occurred to me as you described, how you look at recasting costs. And
yeah. So I'm going to be, very transparent. You and particularly Dave in your duties, you guys, I mean, I write grants. In fact, I was going to tell Lauren, I'm actually just in the middle of doing a grant proposal related to food insecurity, and some research that I want to do there. But you guys have far more experience in that, and in some of the pain points and the things that you're thinking about. It's a great example, Stuart, where, I believe I have something to share and for us to think about. But I also am not going to in any way suggest that I am the authority on all the points that we want to discuss. And so us, talking about that together, and kind of, I do have some points that I want us to make as it relates to that. But let's make sure that we open it up, and that we can even talk about some problem solving together. I think that's important. You are absolutely right that there are particular structural components of the way nonprofits work that tie our hands around our back. And I don't think we're going to solve all of those issues, because some of it just fundamentally comes from a funding model that's bigger. It is something that I think, I don't want to speak for Dennis, but my guess is he's been thinking about as well. There's some questions that, you hope we can start kind of tackling and helping from a policy perspective a little bit more. But I do think there are ways that you can think about structuring some of the contracts and or grants early on that maybe give you some more flexibility. And we should talk about that. In some cases, that may be less likely due to just the particular structure and rigidity of a government agency. And maybe as we delve in, we can talk about those examples a little bit more. If you're comfortable sharing, right? I think this might be a great example of, sometimes maybe we just want to take the, recording off and just have a bit more of an informal conversation.
no, I think that's absolutely right. In fact, I would welcome the conversation, just because I don't think there is an answer. I think there are answers, and there, scopes of concepts here that I'd be thrilled to talk about.
Sounds great. That sounds great. So again, we all know that we are in the midst of the pandemic. So can you guys see the full screen, or are you guys seeing the screen share up at the top? I don't know. You see it all? Okay. I see we know that we're living through the midst of the pandemic. I don't really need to tell you guys all of that. In fact, you can very much share your own particular stories and pain points. And again, I hope that we are able to talk about some of that. But I do want to set maybe a broader perspective of some of the information that has been coming through about nonprofits' experiences and how they've had to pivot and react in the midst of the pandemic that we have all been experiencing. So there have been several surveys that have been done, and it's not going to surprise you that in quite a number of circumstances, nonprofits have had to reduce some of their programming. One of the things, as you again well know, in this crisis is earned revenue was hit very hard, and not a place, for the last 10, 15 years, earned revenue has been part of the income side of the strategy, thinking about how to diversify your portfolio and make it so that it is less susceptible to one particular donor or one particular grant or a series of grants not coming through, right? And here we are faced with a specific situation that we really had not seen, that made it impossible in some cases, or at the very least, very difficult to get individuals together or to run your typical business model. So in the survey that was conducted by the Nonprofit Finance Fund, about 75% of the nonprofits reported reduced earned revenue. That doesn't come as any surprise. Maybe what does, 75%, maybe that doesn't hit you as high either. But it is a large proportion did get hit by that earned revenue. And I think what's striking about it is that the nonprofits here, they were across all industries. And that is something that I want us to focus on quite a bit. Lauren, it sounds like you in particular may have had experiences, actually, and Dave as well, right? You're not dealing with just one type of nonprofit. And that brings both pros and cons for us to think about. It means that us generalizing may not, one size is not going to fit all. That's why we want to talk about it more conceptually and then think about how that then works for a particular nonprofit or a particular industry. Reduced gift income. So that one it was surprising to me, because in some contexts we've heard about donations actually increasing during this time. But 50% reported reduced gift income, 27% reported reduced government revenues, and that they're facing some type of long-term financial instability. Right? And we're going to talk about it on the next slide. A particularly unique feature of a lot of the nonprofits that we want to think about is not only were they hit in terms of some of these more standard ways of being hit by earned revenue that we've become accustomed to thinking about in the pandemic, but they're nonprofits. A lot of them are providing really important services to the public good, to those that are in need, and we are quite aware that a lot of those needs increased at the same time, right? So nonprofits were faced with reduced revenue, but potentially actually in some cases needing to think about increasing some of their services to alleviate suffering for families and households and those in their community. And one of the reasons I want to bring that up, and I hope it kind of pops up in several places throughout the course of our day, is the prior slide was kind of talking about reductions. Where did things reduce? And I really want us to leave recognizing that that may not always be the optimal strategy. There may be places where you reduce your portfolio in one place and increase in another. And again, I think what really makes that live and breathe is for us to talk about particular examples. So we will continue to do that throughout the day. But what I think is really important in thinking about that kind of at the big picture is where are the gaps in what isn't being covered by other nonprofits? And so that involves understanding the landscape in which you're functioning, which you guys would know very well, and thinking very critically about even, I don't want to think about, it's not mission drift, but what your mission is, what that core mission is. Maybe there are parts of that core mission that even though it's core, perhaps they are already either they are not as necessary during this time, or they are already being serviced by other parties. And those other parties may very well, they may be nonprofit, they also may be government. We are, aware of, the relief programs and the efforts that were made on the part of federal and local governments in order to provide relief and provide a safety net, if you will. And so it may be that there are shifts that again, it's not necessarily about changes to your particular mission, but thinking about how that mission works in the particular context. And so I think that's going to be important for us to talk about. This survey, oh, yeah, Dave.
I just wanted to add, I did a program yesterday that had a survey. It was about 100 attendees, and it was a survey of what changes they had made. And for 2021, it seems like more and more are saying that they haven't been able to reduce programs and services, and they've been working to increase them given the need. So it's sort of like this rebound effect, is that there's absolutely more need, and they have been desperate to try and find the money and the ability to cover that.
And, me saying it and doing that are two very different things, right? It can be very, very difficult to kind of find the funds, and I totally get that. And I'm very respectful of those challenges. One of the things that I think is key to that, again, this is going to come up, I think, as a common theme, is not only thinking about what parts of your mission are really key and things that you can contribute that are unique, but that matched with what does that mean about how I should think about long run planning as it relates to my cost structures that make it so that I can pivot to those particular key areas in the short run.
So,
Yes,
Teresa, that's I think that's a great point. That's maybe one of the underlying pillars in the concept of how flexible and adaptable an organization can be to improve its resilience or to demonstrate its resilience. And the quick answer is, well, you should form a partnership with another organization, and that will allow you to cover more ground. But there's so much involved in that. That's not a quick fix.
That is correct.
And
yep.
That's not a good answer. So
that requires an enormous amount of long run planning, right?
It does, and kind of aligning of the planets too. It's not easily accomplished or readily even conceived, because a lot of organizations look at the world in a competitive way, and they see their allies maybe as competitors. So there's all that to work through. So I appreciate what David just said about, well, organizations finding the need for more programming and more emphasis. I don't know that that's in conflict. It's just there's no quick way to do that. And I wonder about that. And this seems like a good time to raise that point. So
I agree that it's tough, right? What part of what I was suggesting is sometimes I believe it's really going to call for shifting your portfolio where your resources get more directed to these particular areas and maybe less so to the others. And that could be tough. Because you may need to be deciding to reduce some services that you consider to be very important, but at this point in time, perhaps are not as critical to what you deem to be the mission and contribution of your nonprofit. Dave, is there anything else you wanted to add, or anybody else? Again, Dennis too. Dennis brings a wealth of experience, and I would argue perhaps even more than me. So Dennis, please feel free to chime in. You're the one writing the book too, right? So maybe there are some things that I'm not saying that you want to interject. Please do so.
Well, yeah, just wait for the book and all the answers are going to be there. No. Well, I mean, I think part of what you're saying is, you know, within the framework of an organizational mission, and, you know, I would sort of put the notion of what what an organization's comparative advantages might be in terms of its capabilities. You know, sometimes there are, particularly in a situation like this, there's a shift in the demand for different kinds of services. I mean, offhand, I think a really good example, you know, we had in a seminar last year, we had the director of the Jewish Community Center in Pittsburgh, point out that, you know, even though they were really, you know, having to pull back on most of their services because, you know, they had closed down facilities and so forth. At the same time, they found that they were capable of producing other services that were really needed at the time. In particular, you know, students were home having to do their education online, and many of them had parents that still had to go to work because they were essential workers. And so it was easy for the JCC to just kind of shift into kind of a daycare for school-age kids, combined with helping them, you know, deal with their educational requirements online. So you had at that agency, you had a simultaneous, you know, retraction and contraction of certain services and expansion of others.
Yeah. And again, we're not going to, you know, come up with a panacea here of exactly what's going to work for every single organization. But I think a key piece of that is then thinking about the resources that can pivot quickly, right? And having those, how do you make sure that those are easily at your fingertips, right? To be able, and what does it take to have those where they could maybe be agile across different programming?
Right.
So what's great about this, sorry, you know, we'll probably have several examples of it, but our case study, in my view, will take us through a couple of examples of this. Anything else?
Well, I mean, I think that's what you're getting to with the short run, you know, the variable and the fixed costs. And, you know, I'll let you jump into that, but
yep.
If we have variable costs in the short run, we can change it, we can adjust, and or we can expand. I mean, it goes in both directions. But
yeah,
if we're heavily burdened with fixed costs, then we don't have that flexibility. We don't have that resilience. So that's where the core concept comes in, I think, here.
I think that's right, and we're going to get to that. So we've had this slide up for quite a bit. Let me just kind of briefly, you know, take us through, and Dave already did a very good job of pointing this out, that even in 2020, you know, it's not just, so we are seeing reduction in programs, but what is ranking even higher is altered program offerings, right, and changing your portfolio. Clearly, there was reduction in operational costs. Some were drawing from reserves. That is a different module in terms of thinking about how you can use perhaps endowments or some of your other balance sheet to assist. Perhaps even, I mean, it says reserves here, but, you know, this may be a place where credit lines or other components become important. And then reduced staff and employees, which is a tough one one of our panelists at one is going to talk a bit about the, I don't want to, steal the thunder of Bonnie, who's going to be joining us, but there's this key piece that she talks about that, it's unfortunate that there has been a reduction in staff, but sometimes a pivot to different programs helps save jobs as well. All right. So again, just to kind of lay the groundwork, and I really do want you guys to chime in if we start spending time on something that seems quite clear or and you've had in the past versus something that you really want to delve into a little bit more. So it is when economists, it's not just economists, but when we think about short run versus long run decisions, what's key and maybe frustrating to some is we don't think about it as a particular time frame, right? The goal of laying down the short run versus the long run is for you to think about what's flexible and what's not. Okay, so when we think about short run, we think about there being at least something, right? And it may possibly be both labor or some type of capital that you have invested in the firm. We can talk about examples as we move forward. But there's something that's fixed in the short run. And when that is fixed, when you have something that really you're not agile with, you are committed in whatever way that is, we think about that being short run. Now, what can be complicated about this is you can be in the short run on some dimensions of your business and not in others. This isn't necessarily a unilateral that you're always in the short run, at a particular time in making all of your decisions. What's key here, and the reason we're laying this out at the very beginning, is to get into your, your mind of thinking about the short run versus long run decisions. Okay. Stuart already mentioned partnerships, and I would say in the short, this is exactly what we're, in the short run here, we're talking about firms can neither enter or exit. And I would say by exit, we don't necessarily just mean dissolved or some type of a failure, but actually consolidations, partnerships, all of those things take a lot of time and are logistically and legally, require a lot of resources and energy and effort. And so those are examples of things, in addition to, a classic entry and exit that we think about being in the short run. Oftentimes when we're thinking about something being fixed, I already alluded to this, a lot of times we use examples of you have bought a building or you've expanded a wing, you've decided to contract and you are at a particular size. Those can clearly be decisions that create some type of fixed factor, fixed input into your production process. But it doesn't just have to be capital. One of the ones that I like to provide as an example, but we should also talk about is, you can have labor contracts. Often we think about those as being related to unions, but they don't have to be unions, where you have some type of a commitment. It can be severance packages, right? Or something related to, some type of contract with any employee that you would need to pay if they were to leave. Any of those types of things, again, that's labor. We often think about labor as being more adjustable, and I think that's a fair assumption. But there can be places where you've made decisions that create a fixed factor. I've been hesitating about whether or not I wanted to mention it right here because it's going to come up, and so I'm kind of stealing the punchline from the case, part of the case study, I guess, a little bit. But one of the things that I think has struck me as a key piece of thinking about making your labor even more flexible is this cross training across programs, right? If you're thinking about offering multiple programs, you can't always have enough foresight. I mean, and everyone can't be cross-trained in everything, but that can be an example. If you have staff, employees that are only trained in one particular area, I think it's fair to think about that in particular context as a fixed factor. Okay, so there can be a variety of things. Oh, it looks like someone just joined. Maybe this is Lee. Did you just admit her? Okay, great, thanks. So that's what we want to think about is the short run, right? And again, I'm not going to put a time limit on that. I'm not going to say a week. I'm not going to say two months. Some decisions you make may very well be fixed for a very long time. You know, think about examples. My guess is you guys are aware of it, but if you, airlines, when they make decisions about what airports they're going to be in, most of the time those leases are 30, 50 plus years. Those are enormous long run decisions that you're going to have, you know, impacts and consequences from moving forward. Okay. The long run is obviously the opposite, where we're thinking about you do have more flexibility. Now, part of what Dennis is pointing out is there's always going to be the long run that comes. The question is whether or not you can kind of get to that where you can make a decision. And so there may be times when you want to think about adjusting your cost portfolio so that you are more adjustable and more of your decisions can be adjusted quickly rather than you being stuck with them and it truly being what we would think about as a long run decision. Questions, comments, examples, thoughts? We move forward. Okay. I've already used this terminology. Many of you, again, you're probably familiar with it in one way or another, but as we think about this and conceptualize it, I want you to think about the costs and that, you know, what we're doing is we're producing a product. We're used to talking about a product or a service. But when we think about that, I want you to think about what does it mean to produce that? What are the inputs that go into that production process? And this slide is really just meant to call our attention to the fact that that is a choice within itself. You can choose to be labor heavy. In some cases, a particular industry may be by its nature more labor heavy than capital heavy. But even within that, there will be variations. So I'm actually going to ask you guys to give me some examples from your own experiences as we move forward. But to keep that in mind, right? So as we said, labor intensive tech, you know, we tend to think about labor as being a bit more flexible, but not always. And that can come with, you know, some downsides as well. Capital intensive technology generally means something as we move forward about how you may be a little bit more fixed in the short run, and some of your investments may be not only fixed but also sunk. So we will discuss that as we move forward. Would love to hear some examples from you guys as we think about nonprofit industry. What do you guys think about? What is there an example that you have of an industry that you think of as being very labor intensive?
Well,
Go ahead, Stuart.
well, you know, Teresa, I think this one, I mean, this is all about knowledge and intangible concepts somewhat. And the costs are really in the talent and the individuals and their expertise. And if you think about what nonprofits are, that's the game. So
I think that's fair.
yeah.
I think in general, I would agree with the statement that nonprofits tend to be more labor intensive, you know, on average than other industries, other sectors.
Well, right. And I guess along those lines is the cost of it and how you might modulate that cost. Or, you know, I like the fact that I love these concepts of flexibility and, you know, nimbleness. And I think individual executive directors have to think that way. I don't know that flows downstream from them. So, I mean, it seems to me the organizational culture is really kind of what you're talking about, how flexible and adaptable and how well do people think in sync. Because you can have expectations as the executive director that something will happen, but you could also know that there are a lot of intervening forces. So, I remember one example, the gentleman that used to run the Urban League here told me that when he hires people, he assumes that he's going to get sued at some point during their tenure. And I thought that was a really interesting way to look at it. Because at the same time, they're creating a threat and a strength. So his approach to what I think are these concepts is, use consultants and create very finite bits of work for them and then string those together. And so his staff was actually small, very small, but what you call adjuncts are big, that's a big pool of labor.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think so. That is an example of being maybe of structuring such that you have more variable costs, I think.
Yeah.
But why don't we just take a minute and think about, perhaps that's the right choice. I'm not going to question it, but what are some of the cons? So to your point about investment in human capital, or knowledge transfer, that's where my thought goes to, is that you lose some of that, and maybe a lot of it in that type of environment. It looks like, yeah, Dennis, were you going to say something? And Dave, I think Dave was going to.
Okay. Well, I was just going to throw in a couple of examples. I mean, Stuart raised the example of education essentially, and being labor intensive. But we see within that industry that we can have all kinds of combinations. I mean, if it was up to, I guess, Socrates, we'd just all be sitting under a tree talking to one another, and there'd be no capital at all. But universities have kind of gone in the other direction, and they've got all kinds of capital, fixed costs, because they've interpreted the mission a little differently. We see that in the arts. I mean, one of my favorite examples is, kind of a mid-sized musical ensemble has to decide whether it wants its own concert hall. I mean, or does it want to be kind of an itinerant ensemble that uses various facilities? And we've got good examples of each. We've got, large orchestras that haven't been very resilient because they're kind of stuck with these huge fixed costs. And then we've got some very, innovative ensembles that don't do that, and that, operate in churches and concert halls and move around. It's a very different cost structure.
That's a great example.
Even within the same broad
Yeah.
industry. Yeah.
I was just going
gonna.
to say that I work with a lot of smaller organizations who the labor intensive element of their production is always crystal clear to them. It's heavily dependent on like regular staffing and keeping that contained, and just the loss of one person can really debilitate the organization. I think that they would love sometimes to worry more about capital, and they would love to have the chance to have a concert hall or a particular location where they can rely on. But oftentimes I find them struggling just to be fully staffed, or to bring if they hire consultants, to bring them up to speed in terms of what they need to know, or if they use volunteers, being able to manage them to get them to do what they want.
I was going to mention where I thought you were going to head was that they were labor intensive, but not often paid labor.
Yeah.
Which is an additional component to the nonprofit production function, right? Depending on the industry and the nonprofit that we're talking about. I am particularly thinking about food banks and food pantries these days. Lauren, the volunteer efforts there are enormous. I don't know the particular percentage, but I think it's fair to say that their production could not continue in the way that it does without volunteer effort.
The number of volunteers at the Cleveland Food Bank is it's in the thousands. I mean, it's ridiculously high.
Yes. Lauren, were you going to mention something?
I was just agreeing. because how we used to pack all of our food and everything else was strictly through the use of volunteers, and including some of our fundraising efforts and things like that. Those were also staffed by volunteers as well. So there's no way we could have done what we did without those people.
Dennis? Go ahead.
I think it's important, though, to make the point here that we shouldn't be, equating physical capital assets or facilities with fixed costs alone. You made the point earlier that even within the labor structure, you need to distinguish between the fixed and the variable costs. Whether you have, long-term salaried employees, for example, versus using part-time workers, consultants, volunteers, that sort of transfers the cost structure more into variable costs rather than fixed costs. So it's not just the facility issue that fixed costs.
Correct. And some of that depends on how you structure the
labor.
I guess the rental or the buy of the capital as well.
And that too. Yeah, you can rent, right? Exactly.
Yeah. A great example of this, and again, this is where you guys probably have more personal experiences in the midst of the pandemic, something that did require, it kind of is analogous to the arts examples that you were giving, Dennis, but so many people, so many organizations had to cancel events that were going on, right? And that event space is part of the capital. Now, what's interesting there is in most of those circumstances that are, at least in my mind, you didn't necessarily own that capital, right? You didn't own the venue, but you had made a long-term contract. And I do believe that we're seeing restructuring of those types of contracts, so that they are more flexible. Now that goes both ways, because I think the venues also need to, look out for their bottom line and their own organizational viability. But that is a particular example. Dennis, please chime in if you don't agree, where you can think about capital is not necessarily, there are lots of examples, but that's one that I think would be present in a lot of our minds, of structuring to be perhaps a bit more variable.
Yeah, I think what you're pointing out is that there are trade-offs between trying to be more flexible and carrying out your mission. If you don't own the concert hall, you're restricted perhaps in terms of where you can present your concert and when you can present your concert, and how much you know about the environment in which you're offering your concert and how much you can control it. So, there are good reasons to want, in some circumstances, to have your own facility, but it's a trade-off against the potential resilience that you would have by not having that fixed cost.
I agree. Or even in a situation where you're thinking about it, still in the midst of a pandemic, don't know if an event will draw a large number of people or small, and you're needing to decide what venue, right? At the end of the day, you're going to have to make a call, but structuring something where you provide in the contract, closer to the time window or something like this, and maybe that means you pay extra, that may be beneficial. Dave, I see that you said you're going to have to drop off. That's fine. Is there anything? We'll see you back.
Just I'm glad I got a chance to join for as long as I could, and I can't wait to watch the recording. Thank you.
All right, great. Well, hopefully we'll see you again, but if not, have a great day. Okay, any other examples people want to give at this point? We've basically already talked about this. It's just a little bit of a repositioning and a focus on the short run. So I'm going to move on from this slide and talk about the fact, as we've already mentioned, that in the short run, it is, I would argue, instructive to think about what are my fixed costs and what are my variable costs. What do I have the ability to control at this point in time? What do I not? And again, I would reemphasize that you might want to think about this at different time periods. So what can I control this week? What might be variable next month? What might be variable next quarter? And how can I structure it potentially so that there is more that is variable in a let's call it a medium term, in the sense of it's not this week, but I could make adjustments more quickly than 3 to 5 years down the road. Okay. And so we will continue to revisit as we move forward this idea of really taking a moment. And I found it often to be very instructive. We will do this with our case study of just for a particular organization in a particular context, just stopping for 2 minutes and thinking, what is fixed, what is variable? And I would then argue, as we're going to continue to talk about long run planning, the same thing. What do I want to be more flexible over the long run? Not only is this important for cost structure, but I would argue that that makes it very important for strategic planning. It should be part of the strategic planning process, and it should be part of the risk management process as well. So how I think about some of these modules circling back on each other. Any questions, thoughts? Okay, so as we think about fixed costs, one of the key areas that I want us to delve into a little bit more is it's a simple concept, really, of taking the average fixed cost. And this is going to become important as we move forward as well. But the idea here, I think about it, and Lauren, it's a little bit of an abuse of terminology, but I think about it as being amortizing your fixed costs over larger quantities, right? So if you're going to have large fixed costs, and that's a decision that you're making, that may inform thinking about what that means about those fixed costs being allocated over how much you're going to produce, right? In general, it is a better idea to have a larger product or larger product space, larger service related to items that map to large fixed cost. Stuart?
Seeing a formula like that and a ratio gives me the sense that there's a measure or a trigger or a red flag or a green flag. And
yeah,
I'm wondering if, in business, you might have a production history or in manufacturing, but in a nonprofit, you'd have an efficiency history, right? I guess what I want to know is what would the context for this be? Your overall budget or performance?
Well, so let me rephrase, because I think part of what I think you're getting at is the fact that nonprofits are very service oriented. So I can't look at a particular widget coming out of a manufacturing plant, right? And it's fair that the way that we write this makes you think about the widget that comes out, right? But I think we have a lot more work to do to think about what's the best ways to think about measuring nonprofit output and services, but most have something to that capacity, right? And again, let's talk about examples that you guys, might want to think about, but thinking about number of individuals served, right? And that applies to food banks versus, there are actually quite a number of contexts where you think about that as arguably part of a mission of a nonprofit is serving as many as possible. That's not, I'm generalizing, right? So sometimes it's more about serving a particular part of a population, which might not be about serving as many. But oftentimes when we think about healthcare and hospitals, we think about promoting good healthcare to as many people as possible. That output is number of people, right? I think it's very fair to say that that's a crude measure in some contexts, because often we don't just think about number of people, you also think about quality, right? So I want to be clear that that's a different, slightly different kind of cue, but that clearly also says something about what you would need to invest in your production process. Let me pause for a minute and see if there are other examples that others want to give. I mean, it's more than just people. Dennis, are there other ones that you'd like to give?
Well, it depends on what the best way to frame it in terms of management, but I mean, you can have other output kinds of measures, like numbers of performances, for example, in the arts, might be just as important to you than number of customers. So yeah, I think there can be a variety of things. I just wanted to throw in the comment, and I don't know if you're going to get to this or not, but I often see that there's a lot of confusion between the idea of output and outcome. So this is output. This is what is controllable by the organization. You can control how many people you serve. You can control how many performances you offer. But if your mission says, I'm trying to achieve, say, a certain level of excellence on the part of, or a certain level of success on the part of people that go through my program, that's the notion of outcome, which depends not only on what you do, but on the personal characteristics of the client, on the environment, a whole bunch of other things. So I think it's important.
And potentially the quality, right? So I think about graduation rates, right? In employment rates that we think about in education.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you may have some aspects of the quality under your control, and others
some not. Yeah, fair enough.
not. And those that are under your control would be part of your output. So you have to, I mean, you're pointing out another issue, and that is you sort of have to standardize this thing in a certain way. It's not just how many people I serve, but how many people I serve with a particular variety and quality of service. Yeah, that has to be kind of standardized, but we're abstracting from all of that. But I think it really is important to think about the difference between what you can actually control, which is output, and what you can and what you're really seeking to achieve, which is outcome. And that's those are two things that are both important to nonprofits.
I agree. I think there's an analog to that, which is kind of a cautionary tale. And Dennis, I think you were kind of getting at it too, which is it's important to think about the kind of cost component of this as it relates to some of the more concrete output measures. But just increasing number of programs, just for the sake of increasing number of programs is likely not going to serve your mission. And I do think we often get into that type of pitfall, if you will, not only in nonprofits, I would say, but I mean, I think it can often happen in any type of a service-oriented environment, that you look at the things you're doing and that we should just be doing more, rather than thinking about how to do, maybe in some cases, less with greater impact. Actually, Dennis, I think this is a great area. You're right that distinction is important, but it is probably an area for further study of thinking about how to best quantify that in a nonprofit environment. Because I think, just to say that you have declining average costs because you're doing more programming is probably, it's not just probably, it is not what we're after, right? Whereas, as in a widget context, it may very well be.
Right.
Yeah.
The example of a food bank might be interesting too. You just don't want to count the number of packages you've given out, or even the number of people that picked up food, but it really matters in terms of who gets it.
Yeah.
Because what your mission is really is to what kind of an impact are you going to have on hunger in the community?
Yes, and I mean, just to that example, so I've been made aware, in fact, this is part of the grant that I'm working on, is, there have been measures of food insecurity around, but in COVID, the Census Bureau has now recently put together a survey that they started in the spring of 2020, measuring more specifically some of the food insecurity measures in some major metropolitan areas, right? And so what you're really after is decreasing food insecurity, right? Were you going to chime in, Lauren?
Oh, I'm just agreeing, because like with us, we even went to just certain demographics, like cystic fibrosis patients. Their, like for children, their overall health is directly impacted by weight. And when COVID happened, a lot of their, children's parents, a lot of them lost jobs. So we went even, more fixated on certain groups that we could reach like that had a greater impact. And we even went further with just sometimes the quality of food. Before COVID happened, we just had, a generalized box that we would provide. But as we went through, we discovered that, there were more kids at home. So we would include more proteins, things like that, even just more snack foods, healthier things. So there's even that,
It's a great example of the quality, right? Quality doesn't necessarily match to quantity and vice versa, right?
Right. Yep.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So these are all important points to keep in mind. But Stuart, I jumped ahead for a second because I also think what you were after was kind of trying to think about how to quantify, or why do we think about average cost to begin with, right? And again, keeping these caveats in mind, that what I think of as a Q for a particular organization or an industry, a type of nonprofit service may or may not be correct for another organization or another industry, right? And that you need to think about and be very clear. I think one of the lessons to take from this is to be very clear in quantifying how you're thinking about the Q. Is it number of people? Is it number matched with quality? Is it focused on the outcome oriented component? And being very clear about that as you're thinking about how you're going to move forward. That said, the concept of thinking about average fixed cost really does relate to economies of scale. Okay. So you've probably gotten used to thinking about, you've probably heard economists and others talk about, I want to, take advantage of economies of scale. Often you don't hear diseconomies of scale as much as you hear economies of scale. It is a classic argument for mergers and consolidations. We can be more efficient, we can decrease costs, but serve more individuals if we have economy, if we merge. And what they're really getting after there is the idea that I increase my output and average cost, total cost. If you increase your output, more than likely, unless you're being grossly inefficient, increasing your output is going to mean additional inputs. You're going to have to put more into the production process. And that's going to mean additional cost, total cost. But your average cost, that ratio may very well fall. And when it falls, you have economies of scale. So it is not a nonprofit example. So, I guess apologies in advance to some. But I feel like it always helps it kind of sink into me. I think about utility companies as a very classic example of economies of scale, and why we often, traditionally we have thought about energy and water and gas being what we would call a natural monopoly. And it's because they have very large economies of scale. Okay. They're operating with an enormous, clearly there's labor involved, but huge capital investments. And, you know, if you just think about on your local level, you know, all the wire, all the pipes that need to get laid in order to distribute any of these types of utilities, we don't want most of the time, you know, you want that investment. It is a large investment, but then you want it to serve as many people as it possibly can. Again, I realize that's not a nonprofit example, but I think about that as being a very good way to kind of visualize why economies of scale can be so important. As some nonprofit examples, I think about a lot of this as it relates to healthcare, but some of this is becoming even more important. You know, you can think about a particular size just to deal with administration, right? So because of billing and a variety of governmental regulations related to healthcare, all of that takes not only an expertise, but a particular type of knowledge and set of a team that's working on those types of things. And so it's not the only argument, but one of the reasons that you have seen a lot of consolidation in the healthcare and hospital world is it fundamentally hasn't made sense to run your own independent billing department. Right. And so you see a lot of consolidation. Sometimes it's just a partnership, but sometimes it's actual, you know, a true merger or an acquisition in order to be able to take care of those service components that do carry large fixed costs with them. And this is an example of where some of that fixed cost is about the, you know, the software and the computers and the, you know, any of the hardware that you need in order to have that billing done appropriately. But some of it is about the human capital associated with that is also very niche, right? You need to understand those particular types of codes and what it takes and the bureaucracy to move forward. And that carries a lot of economies of scale. There's a note in the chat that I'm just seeing. So let me pause for a minute.
Lauren gave us some nice feedback.
Yes.
And I think it affirms what we're talking about, that, you know, it's not just planning, it's kind of your frame for thinking about your cost structure. So
Yes, that's right.
You know, it's kind of a rich stew of, no pun intended, it's a rich stew of concepts right now. And, you know, I haven't thought about them this way. I think that's what she's saying too, but she can speak for herself.
Well, I'm glad it's helpful. Thanks. Any other comments at this point? I don't want to leave out, so Cheyenne, Gabe, Lee, I hope you can hear us. Good morning. It's nice to see you. Any other comments or thoughts as it relates to your particular nonprofit? Okay. We've been going for a little more than an hour. Would people like a small coffee break? Us return maybe around 11:20. Does that work? I know I'd like a refill on my tea. I'm done with my coffee for now, but the tea is coming.
My 11:20 would be 2 minutes from now. Is that what you mean?
Oh, you know what? So my computer must be slightly delayed. It's showing 11:15 for me. So let's just say 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
So I guess 11:25 then.
All right, so I'm gonna
I
pause.
don't know why my computer isn't synced to the right atomic clock, but it's
Teresa,
we will adjust.
I'll pause the recording. If you could just remind me to turn it back on when we get back.
I will. I should also be able to control it as well.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you guys in just a few.
Very good.
Great. So I just want to continue with us thinking about the economies of scale. And I already mentioned diseconomies of scale, but I just want to be very clear as we're moving forward that that's that's the corollary or the inverse, I guess, of economies of scale. In that, just as we were thinking about average costs falling if you increase your output, you can similarly think about your average cost actually going up as you increase your output. This one is conceptually, intuitively, maybe a little bit harder to get your head around. But we can all probably think of examples where we just think organizations are too large. They've gotten too complex. Perhaps it's about networking, communication between teams. Now, if clearly communication between teams can be a culture component and not about size, right? I'm talking about size components, right? Too many individual divisions, things like this. Are examples of how we would think about diseconomies of scale. I would probably argue, and it's something, again, Dennis, I know I'm calling on you to hopefully not more than you want. Maybe you have more insight into this. My gut tells me, or it's not just my gut. The analysis that I have done, I have not done an explicit research study into this, but I think in general, for the types of nonprofits that we're mostly thinking about, diseconomies of scale isn't where we're concerned. We're thinking there's probably more that more on the economies of scale and possible abilities to expand. Stuart, I do think this is maybe why there is often, more of a push for partnerships, collaboration, with this idea of larger probably means, more, doing more. But that does bring cost. And I think the goal of what they're trying to achieve in terms of thinking about that is really more about the scale of it, and mergers and consolidations, partnerships can be a way to get to scale. Dennis, I don't know if you agree with my hypothesis. Oh, you're muted.
I mean, obviously it varies from field to field within the nonprofit sector. I don't think we talk too much about economies of scale in labor intensive kinds of organizations, more than ones that have a lot of capital, and whether the size of your facility fits the demand that you've got.
You're bringing up an important point, which is a labor intensive organization may be rather than economies of scale or diseconomies of scale, maybe it's really more of a constant returns to scale.
Well, there's a lot of that. Yeah. I mean, I'm sort of thinking of, in the context of crises and resilience, some organizations, like in this pandemic, I can think of, one case study that I've done. They may realize that they are operating with too large a staff and too large a facility for the situation that they're going to face, after the pandemic. And and the thing is, that in the short run, they really can't do too much about their scale, but in the long run, they can. So, we've been making the distinction between what you can do, let's say on the cost side, in terms of just adjusting to a crisis, to navigate through that crisis, then really all you can do is to try to pare back on your variable costs, because you're in the short run and not the long run. But in the long run, you can take a look at, the size of the central administrative staff and all of the facilities that you've got, and make adjustments to that so that over time you'll be operating more efficiently. So it doesn't relate exactly to the concept of economies of scale and diseconomies of scale. It's sort of saying that, maybe in your new situation, you've gone past the point of, maximum economies of scale and started running into diseconomies. And in the long run, you can do something about that by coming back
Yes.
to the size, to the scale that allows you to operate more efficiently after the crisis is gone, or in preparation for future crises. I don't know if that's helpful, but that's the way I'm
Yeah.
thinking about it.
So we've already done some discussion about examples, but I did want to pause, see if others had any examples that you'd like to think about in terms of your organization. Dennis, brought up an important distinction that, perhaps you want to think about this before the pandemic and then also during the pandemic. But, where does your organization fall? Do you think about it being a situation where, increasing your size, which is how we think about what it would mean to increase output, right? Increasing your size, again, clearly increases your total cost, but may very well decrease your average cost. One way to also think about this, and I didn't say it, is part of the reason that it's synonymously called economies of scale and increasing returns to scale is the increasing returns. How we think about that is for the percentage increase that you make in your inputs, your output actually goes up by a greater percentage, right? So if you increased inputs by 10%, your output goes up by greater than 10%. If that happens, again, taking these caveats into account so that you're measuring output appropriately, your average cost will indeed fall, right? And that's why we call it increasing returns. Any other examples that anyone wants to give? I know that we have some that are not on video, totally fine, but if there are examples that you want to give in the chat, I'll just pause for a minute and see if anyone has any additional components.
Well, Teresa, I had a thought as you were describing that, and Dennis was describing that concept of scale. What I thought about kind of the university is its fiscal entity, and there's all sorts of techniques that get used to modulate costs and create fog. What I guess would call is the optimum level of fog, which is work gets done, assignments get made, but they're temporary, and there's conceptually there's a temporary budget and a permanent budget. And the temporary budget is the one where you get all of the change and opportunity to adjust to the circumstances. And the permanent budget is what you're measuring against. And at the end of the year, those two.
Give me an example of what you're thinking about there.
Right. Well, it's taken me years to understand this, and I'm understanding the concept in the nonprofit sector now, which is you have to start somewhere at the beginning of your fiscal year. You have certain baked-in costs. You have certain production you must accomplish. It's got to be work done. But circumstances change. A grant comes in later. Tuition revenue is not quite what was anticipated. All sorts of mitigating factors require an adjustment. So you can't really go back in time and change the permanent budget, but those changes can be reflected in the temporary budget. And prudent people, yeah, right. So then, right. So this is how the university is run. So what that does is create I think, a desire or a need to hold back, to not really account, to not really commit all of the resources for the year until time has passed, so you know the outcomes. So that's a technique, and it may be off subject, but it's, to me, that's the way you turn up the heat and turn it down and adjust your cost structure. And I don't know if that fits. That's what I was thinking as you described that.
I think it's a practical reality of some of this, which is the budgeting framework is something that we are absolutely abstracting from here, but is a very real reality in terms of, I mean, I think we can all talk to examples of things that are done at the end of a fiscal year, both positive, I mean, both, reductions and or increases because of the way things were budgeted at the beginning of the year, which that's how I understood your comment. Stuart. Dennis, did you want to say something?
Well, I mean, I'm worried about this fog, because the fog comes from, how the accounting is done and how things are thrown around. But what we really want or are focusing on here is the actual use of resources. You don't have a cost until you actually use a valuable resource, no matter how you fudge it on paper. So, in the end, that's really what we're concerned about. How much, what are you changing? How much are you actually producing in the way of services? And what are you actually changing in the way resources are devoted to it? Aside from the fact, aside from where it may appear in the budget or which part of the university is assigned to pay for it or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So you can get very confused by the accounting and the budgeting process, but I think it's more important to be laser sharp about, what's actually going on here in terms of the use of valuable resources in the process of trying to produce your service.
I agree. And I'd love to hear Gabe and Lauren or others chime in if you want. But let me also just say, though, that I guess a counter or maybe the opposite side of some of what you're pointing out, though, Dennis, is some of these concepts can be important for helping to argue. So if you have a particular unit that costs are being attributed to you, but revenues are going somewhere else, but you support whatever that other unit or division, team, whatever it is. Those are important things that relate exactly to what Dennis is saying, right? Which and does come back to, we haven't gotten there yet, but comes back to this idea of kind of shared costs or economies of scope across internal units in the organization. It's a slightly different way to think about it than how we're going to talk about it, but it's an important component that relates to the reality of the budgeting, right? So this budgeting, we were talking about kind of what it means at the end of a fiscal year or how you expense it. But then, a lot of that budgeting is set by looking at some type of metrics or performance and taking into account the overall performance that's not necessarily just your unit or attributable to your unit can be important for understanding this kind of deployment of resources relative to the outcomes. Lauren, I don't mean to keep calling on you, but I saw you nodding your head. And again, both you and Gabe, I know you've had experience with this, probably maybe even today as an accountant, right?
Oh, yeah, I feel like with sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Our organization, we've had a lot of, we have a lot of projects and teams, built out through our organization. And, as the pandemic went along, some of them weren't able to function as they were before. So we've definitely had to do a lot of budgeting shifts and, just getting creative with how we can still keep all of our teams together and keep all of our employees on board without having to let anybody go, but keeping, the ship a sail. So a lot of that's been, other teams making up for others, or, helping out when it comes to the budgeting and accounting standpoint, shifting some things around. But we, now that I would say things are getting a little more back to normal, some of our teams are able to function at their higher end scales again. We're seeing that output that we were used to before, or at least starting to get there. So it's we kind of weathered the storm a little bit for a while, but now we're seeing our desired results of where we were. And to make that happen, we had to do a lot of budget modifications to our grants, a lot of no cost extensions. So a lot of things we had to do on our side to make sure we could keep everything going in the meantime.
Great examples. Thanks, Gabe.
I know if this helps illustrate shared cost in departments and that sort of thing, at our food bank, we usually buy like large quantities of produce and things like that, at one time. And then that is parted out and budgeted to each program, whether it's children's programs, seniors, SNAP, all the different components. And we noticed that we would have a lot of people, obviously, that were donating to like our veterans, children's programs, especially when COVID hit. Those were very heavy, the funds were very heavy that were coming in. So that kind of goes towards, we ended up having to budget shift and do some things, that way. So if that helps illustrate, the shared cost. Mhm.
Yeah.
So if that helps illustrate that for anybody, that's kind of how that applied towards me, was just that.
Again, I think those are, both the accounting and boots on the ground of how things had to adjust. And, I'll restate or reemphasize what Dennis was pointing out, that here, we would, I guess, maybe argue or suggest a step back to think about, what are the inputs that are needed to create the outputs that are important to your mission, right? Like, again, we started from there, and that's going to continue to come up throughout the day. And some of that then in the internal structure and the teams becomes very important to think about what that looks like on the books. But then you need to think about the overall product or end result that you're trying to get to. Okay, so I'm going to take, I skipped ahead one slide just because this was a question that Stuart had. I want to come back to the fixed cost in a slightly different way for a second. We've really already touched on it, but you can often also hear a terminology of sunk cost. And I just wanted to spend just a moment to discuss the fact that, so fixed costs are commitments that you've made that you can't adjust in the short run, right? Those are things that, you are stuck with. But that when we say sunk costs, what we're referring to is costs that you can't recover. Okay, so sunk costs are, in almost all the contexts I would think of, sunk costs are fixed costs, but not all fixed costs are sunk costs. Okay, and so it's a distinction that can be important to creating resilient strategies, because there may be some fixed costs that you are stuck with, but perhaps there are ways that you can utilize that fixed cost in a variety of ways. Before we talk about an example like that, I want to give a counter example of something that we often think of as being both fixed and sunk. And I think it's important in a nonprofit, in many nonprofit contexts, is, investments in research and development, or any type of kind of intellectual capital, if you will, human capital. We've already given a couple of examples of that over the course of the morning. Those types of costs, you incur that investment. It's not always sunk, but often we think about, the R&D. If a pharmaceutical company were to develop a drug, We have very relevant examples of this now, and it is not successful. It fails the trials. We think about that as being, in general, sunk costs, right? You can't go back and get those costs, recoup those costs. There are examples where you can think about, redeployment of those costs. So you do hear, it's not as common, it's fairly rare, but you will hear about pharmaceutical companies who, particular drug with particular, chemical profile did not pass the, phases for a particular disease, but it turns out that it is effective against a different disease, right? So you can often see that initial investments in R&D, because there is risk, because there is uncertainty about how that's going to pay off, and this is where I think it's important, for nonprofits, if there's going to be an investment that's made and you're hoping that it's going to end up resulting in, a particular innovation or product, new service, but there's some uncertainty about whether or not that will happen. In order for those costs to not be completely sunk on that particular service, it may be quite helpful to think about how that could potentially be, a plan B, if you will. Is there a plan B? Are there ways that that particular investment could be redeployed in order to utilize for another service? Again, in that case, you're still, you still have short run decisions, but it's a way to think about how long run planning may inform short run pivots. Dennis, did you have anything you wanted to? Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's important to say that some costs are irrelevant to future decisions. So, even if you've made a big investment in R&D for the program going forward or the product, that should have no influence on, say, whether you want to do a little bit more R&D to adapt your failed product to, to something in the future. So some costs are sort of, from an economist's point of view, they're irrelevant to decision making. It's not the same with fixed costs. With fixed costs, you recognize that you've got those fixed costs that you're unable to do anything about in the short run. But in the long run, in your strategic planning and whatever, you can think about modifying those fixed costs, because in the long run, all fixed costs become variable costs. So I don't want to confuse the language, but fixed costs are relevant to long run decision making. Some costs are not relevant to either short run or long run decision making. And
that's true.
And
yes.
one of the values in understanding that is not to do it. In other words,
that was my point. And
yeah.
So maybe I didn't make that as clear. So let me come back to it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, long-term planning.
What I already spent on R&D is irrelevant to what I'm going to maybe spend in the future. Yeah.
That's correct. But I guess part of what I was wanting to point out is, in recognizing that those costs would be sunk if it's a failed investment, it may be important to think about at the beginning, before you actually make that investment, to, number one, recognize that they would be sunk, but number two, potentially think about a diversification or other types of strategies that make it less likely to be a failed, sunk investment.
Yeah, but when you make that decision, that's not a sunk cost.
That is correct.
You haven't
Correct.
done it yet. Yeah.
Correct. But acknowledging that it will be is an important part of thinking about long run planning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other thoughts? So we talked about economies of scale, and I mentioned already the terminology of economies of scope. So it is common to think about most nonprofits as producing more than one service or more than one product, or maybe one product and a service, right? And it's important to think about whether or not that's a good structure, right? We can probably all think about examples of where we've, one more service has been added, one more product has been added, we've diversified somehow. And there may be very good reasons to think about that from a revenue perspective. Again, that's not the point of this workshop, so I'm going to not focus on that component. There may be very good reasons to think about multiple products from a revenue diversification perspective. Here we want to focus on the cost perspective and recognize that there may very well be advantages on the cost side to producing more than one product. Okay. And the idea here is you have economies of scope if producing the two goods together actually costs less than two organizations or two units producing the two goods separately. Okay. This fundamentally comes back to shared inputs. So it's a little bit of an equation, right? But you want to think about, you're going to have economies of scope if the total cost of producing good 1 and good 2 is actually less than one firm producing one good and the other firm producing the other good. Okay, so you can think about it. It does help to kind of think about it in that abstract term of two separate organizations producing the goods separately versus one unit producing them together. And why might that be the case? Really, this comes back to something that is oftentimes you'll see economies of scale and economies of scope in a similar place. They are two different concepts, but it's important to think about them in the sense that often they come back to, the inputs. And in this case, I'd like you to think about it as sharing an input. There's some type of, whether it be, a person or, labor, human capital. The example that I gave of pharmaceutical companies is an example of where you're sharing this kind of talent or, a particular R&D across the possibility of production of multiple products, right? Multiple drugs. You're sharing that input. I often like to use hospitals. So why have we seen, there are many reasons, but why have we seen things like imaging centers? None of us go to the hospital anymore pretty much to get, blood work done. You go to a smaller place. Part of the reason that makes sense is it's a very confined kind of task. It takes a lot of expertise, spoken as someone who it's very difficult for them to draw my blood. I have very bad veins, right? So I need someone who knows exactly what they're doing. And they're doing that over, lots of individuals. So that's where the economies of scale comes in, but it's also across multiple, you could be getting the blood work done for, just a general annual, or you could be getting it done for a procedure that's coming up, right? Regardless, all of that can be done in one place. MRI machines are a shared input that you often see across, multiple divisions within a hospital, obviously using, because it's important for diagnosing a particular disease. Okay. So there may be inputs. Again, this kind of perhaps goes back a little bit to my suggestion about the sunk cost. There may be particular inputs that if you choose to utilize those inputs in your production process, it's worth considering to what extent you could, share that input across services. Okay. I hadn't thought about it until we just got here. Some of this does perhaps relate to the example we talked about of cross-training. So training and getting, onboarding of employees, and I'm not just talking about HR types of things, right? But understanding the organization, operational processes, that obviously is an investment in time. But if that's done across multiple processes, that may vary. I think that would be a good example of economies of scope. And it's worth thinking about how you can utilize fixed inputs across multiple services, multiple products, multiple things that the organization is doing in order to decrease your cost of producing both. Questions, comments, examples? Yes, Stuart.
Yeah, that's really interesting, Teresa. You know, I was just understanding your hospital example. It is probably very useful to think about the elements, you know, the atomistic elements here. So each patient has their own set of circumstances and needs, outcome needs. And the complexity comes in with the individual tasks, but also layering. The fact that a medical person has to accommodate a bunch of patients in quick sequence. So their skill set requires an adaptability, and the system around them may not be set up or address it, but the practical circumstances are that cross-training is really what makes that system work. So applying that to the nonprofit sector, in an organization that's had a shock like the pandemic, people with skills that can go across the silos in their organizations would be one of the answers. And
Yeah,
seems to
I
me
agree.
this is the cost issue, right? You pay one person to do 20 things.
And I think we haven't pointed this out, but you're really getting into it in what you're saying. Is it's another example where long-term planning or longer range, you know, really thinking strategically about how to set up for short-term pivots. This is a great example of that. It's probably I'm sure that there are some good examples of this happening, but it's much harder to cross-train in the middle of a crisis. Because everybody is just running at Mach 5, right? But if you're already cross-trained, that is an investment that was made earlier in order to, you know, be more agile to potential risks and uncertainties in the organization.
So as a strategy, it's not a luxury to do that. It may be a necessity. Might be part of
Yes.
the characteristics of the organization, that
Correct.
you get hired to do one thing, but you will have adaptability to do other things too.
And I think, I mean, I would again point to how, you know, all of these modules really do feed on themselves. I see that as a risk management part of, you know, that should be a risk management policy. I'm not saying, I'm not in any way suggesting everybody should be cross-trained in everything, right? But recognizing some core functionality and there's a trade-off there too, right? Part of the reason we specialize is because we become better at what we do in terms of quality, and we can get it done quicker if we specialize. So you can also take this too far, but having some ability to pivot over multiple parts of your operation are likely an advantage for you know, something unknown that's coming. Dennis, you unmuted. Did you want to?
Oh, I just wanted to maybe expand a little bit on this concept of economies of scope, because as you pointed out with some of your examples, it doesn't just apply to, you know, to sharing a capital input like an MRI machine, but it can also, you know, occur on the labor side. You know, for example, the fact that universities have faculty means that it's a lot cheaper for them to offer executive programs out into the community as long as they're there, you know, doing their research and teaching. You don't have to create, you know, some separate operation to offer executive education or a seminar program or a concert series, because you've already got that faculty. And another, I think, aspect of this is that there are complementarities between different types of services in terms of their ultimate effectiveness, I guess would be one way to say it. And for example, in the social services, you know, we've seen examples of organizations merging or getting together because one was very strong on preventive services that, help keep people out of trouble. And another was very hard in treating them when they did get into trouble, if they could, get together and address clients holistically, so that they're in a position to, to sort of make trade-offs of preventive and treatment services in a more effective way, then that's an economy of scope that they would achieve over, having those functions be offered by separate organizations. So it's a pretty general concept.
Yeah. Great. Thanks, Dennis. Questions? Any other comments or examples? Okay. So you can see how all of this, quite a bit of what we've talked about, and I emphasized it at the beginning, a way to conceptualize this, or to think about what it means for strategic cost planning and making sure that your organization is resilient as possible, is to think about, what does this look like in terms of scaling operations? What would it mean to scale up or down a particular program or a particular service quickly? And what would it take to do that? I think that's a good hypothetical exercise to go through for programs and services that are part of your core mission. And maybe, I say core mission, I mean, you might find it to be a helpful exercise for, all of your programs and services, right? Because it may help you identify that, a part of a service or a program, or maybe all of a service or program, is more auxiliary than you initially thought, right? So this is the type of thing that, in terms of a risk management planning or some type of strategic planning, thinking about what would it mean to scale up or scale down quickly. And as we started from, it may mean that some programs are scaled down simultaneously while others are being scaled up. How would you accommodate it? What are the fixed and variable costs? What costs might you need to adjust from being fixed, transferring them from being fixed to variable so that you could scale? Is the kind of hypothetical question clear? Thoughts at this point? So I'd like us to think through, together, it's kind of, a group project, if you will, on some concrete examples and how it relates to your own organizations. Okay, so again, those of you who are on video, please feel free to chime in the chat or unmute as we're thinking about some of this. We've already talked about all of these trade-offs. So for your own organization, do you own or do you rent at this point? Is that a decision that you need to think about more in terms of scaling up or scaling down, and also your fixed versus variable costs? Do you need the facility full time? Is there some way that you can actually either share the space? And I realize, I'm treading carefully there, because I realize, Stuart, that might start sounding like a partnership, but this is a great way to think about shared, or complementary services that might actually be more agile in the short run, if you've kind of thought through some of that possibility and know, the landscape of organizations around you, such that, maybe that's a possible pivot point. Have you looked at the overall cost for your property? How are you utilizing the property? Is that something that you can either, redeploy different components of the property to different services? Perhaps even, we didn't give this as an example when we were talking about fixed or sunk costs, but one of the examples I love to think about is like subletting. apart. If you already own a particular property, which is quite, it's quite common with nonprofits that they might own a property, and there may be reasons from like a property tax advantage, property tax setting, contractual arrangements because of endowments or restricted assets, that you're not in a position to sell a property per se, but you want to think about, you recognize that it's underutilized. Are there ways to think about utilizing the space more efficiently? Whether that be you, your organization utilizing that space, or whether or not you partner with, another nonprofit or even another organization to think about how to best use that property. I use the term property here, but you could think about this much more broadly as any other type of fixed input that you have. I gave the example before of shared billing, or the costs that come with billing. There may be examples where you can share, particularly if your organization is quite small, maybe it doesn't make sense. Maybe it's too costly to run payroll or billing from a larger company, but you see examples of shared comptrollers, right? Or something along these lines that might make more sense. Or maybe it's the reverse. Rather than shared, you look at more part-time contracts for particular components of your services rather than full-time contracts. Let me pause for a minute and see if anybody has any points, thoughts, examples on those items thus far. What about fundraising? Right. We have seen a movement towards more outsourcing of some of the fundraising, right, to these fundraising companies. Again, I would argue that that is not a one size fits all. You need to think through what that looks like for your organization, and also what the the contractual obligations would look like. I am actually, Dave might actually have a bit more insight into this than I do in terms of how contracts with fundraising organizations are set up. My guess is that there is some component of it that is likely going to be designated as a fixed cost. And thinking about what that then means for shifts that your organization might have to make. Where does that, is that something that you're willing to incur? Same thing about marketing. And some would argue marketing, there are parallels between marketing and fundraising, although they can, obviously serve different outcomes. Yeah, Stuart.
So I spent a lot of time thinking about that and practicing it over the years. And I've come to understand, I think, that fundraising is better thought of as advancing your institution rather than a transactional type of endeavor, although that is part of it. So people that tend to take those jobs as fundraisers and have that place in their organization, they organize volunteers, they create messaging, they concretize ideas and concepts, they work with the strategic thinkers on the board, and they really are kind of this point of organizational, I'm not sure what the right word is, organizational strength. So that when you measure their output, a lot of those things are soft, they're not concrete. You raised $500,000 last year and you cost us $600,000. That's been, I've always been troubled by that. On the other hand, if they're performing all those other functions that strengthen the organization and, create market share for it and, validate its effectiveness or its use in the community, those are very important outcomes.
Yes. And so intangible, perhaps, right? Which is part of also how, the reputational awareness components. It's an analog to marketing as well. That is still there are questions, about what's the right way to measure.
Right. So if you're going to consider that in terms of cost, I think that's a great example of ways, that's the part of an organization where the costs can be allocated around different functions and outcomes rather than just how much money did you raise? Or especially since some of them have to do with time, and sometimes that time covers decades and generations of staff people.
One part that I thought you were going to go to, and it links back. Yeah, I saw your hand, Dennis. Give me just one sec. Is, we were talking about labor intensive versus capital intensive technology. And I haven't done direct research on this area, but I part of the reason that I believe we've seen this movement to fundraising organizations is there has, in my view, it has become more of a capital intensive process than a labor intensive. It is still heavily labor intensive in the sense of it's relational, as you pointed out, Stuart, but the expertise to run social media campaigns, to understand how to target, to do that, particular nudges, if you will, in the fundraising circle, that requires not only a particular kind of expertise, but often, some form of capital, whether that be software, algorithms, a variety of things that are underpinning that. And I think, again, it's more of a hypothesis on my side, but I believe that is a big reason why you've seen more of an outsourcing model rather than an insourcing model. Go ahead, Dennis.
I mean, but trying to loop back to a focus on resilience and the distinction between fixed and variable costs. I think we could put a lot of this. There are a whole series of human resource issues that fall into that. Where we're sort of asking the question, do we want to make a long-term commitment of central staff of some sort to the organization, which
right.
makes you, a little less resilient in the short run because you can't do anything about that once you make that commitment, versus decisions that would allow you more flexibility. So, questions of, how much of a permanent staff do you have to have versus a part-time staff versus a contingent of volunteers. That will, seriously affect the balance between your short run and between your, long run, your fixed costs and your variable costs. And it may be different in making a long run decision. You've got to determine how resilient do you want to be at any given point in time, but also how effective, if the quality of what you get is different by having, in-house experts versus, people that you call on in the marketplace.
Yeah.
I think a really, come back to the arts example. There's a decision within arts, small orchestras, ensembles, and so forth. Do you have a permanent, salaried orchestras? I mean, do you have a permanent salaried orchestra, which the big orchestras tended to have, or do you, have a core of people that you can count on, and then by performance you go out and you find itinerant musicians, and sometimes that works pretty well, and sometimes it doesn't. But I would say that for major orchestras, the fixed cost is largely tied up in the salaried players, and over time they've had to move away from that because they wanted to be, more resilient to external shocks.
I agree. Thanks. Other questions? Comments, thoughts? So I know most of you, or at least some of you, are on Central Time. So maybe it's a little early for lunch, but this was the time that I was blocking for us to have lunch, if that works. Our speakers will be joining us. They're probably going to join somewhere around 12:45. We'll make sure that they're kind of all set up and everything. So if everyone could return close to 10:50 Eastern Standard Time, does that work for everyone?
10:50.
Those of you without video on.
Or so for Eastern time, it's 10 minutes to 1, right? 12:50, because that's what you're thinking?
12:50 Eastern Standard Time. Yep.
Okay.
And we'll start back. Okay, great.
12:50 is perfect, he says. Okay. All right.
All right.
There may be a couple people joining us. I hope there will be, and I'll let them know.
Yes,
There we go.
thanks.
See,
We're a good tag team on that together. Thank you. I appreciate it.
for me, it's a rookie mistake, but I admit it.
So I want to introduce our two guest speakers. One of our guest speakers will be joining us a little bit later. She was finishing up a prior session, but we have TJ Huckleberry with us today. He is the executive director for the Berks County Medical Society. And just as a side note, I have known him for quite some time. We won't say how long, for both of our benefits. But I had the pleasure of having him in an economics class when he was an undergrad at Drexel University. And it's wonderful to see all the success that he has had since he left then. Bonnie Johnson will also be joining us. She is a controller for ECFMG. And we'll be talking about the pandemic and more as it relates to their experiences and thinking, hitting some of these keynotes that we've already been talking about for the last 2 hours. So TJ, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Glad to have you. Why don't you just give us a little bit of a brief background intro for you and how long you've been with Berks and how you've been working with nonprofits.
Sure. Again, since I graduated from Drexel, and again, happy to say one of my best A- was again from Teresa. So again, I appreciate it. I moved on to the state Senate of Pennsylvania for 10 years. And then I was given the opportunity to work in, again, my hometown of Berks County as the executive director of the Berks County Medical Society. For those not familiar with Berks County, we are I would say a middle-sized county. Reading, Pennsylvania is our major city. We have 3 health systems in place in Berks County and several independent larger practices. So in terms of our dues and our size for the medical society, we have about 600, we fluctuate from 600 to 650 members each year, which is a larger size medical society. For those who don't know what medical society is, that's okay. I barely did when I took the job. But it's a medical society is actually an advocacy group for physicians. Advocating for their practice, advocating for patients, advocating for basically any type of legislation statewide that could affect their practices or their scope of practice. We've been obviously very, very busy in the last 2 years. This was kind of when I came in, our major focus was really trying to address the opioid epidemic. And right when those levels were kind of leveling off in our county, we were patting ourselves on the back, COVID happened. So we are very much still, which I will be happy to discuss more, finding new values and new ways of assisting our community and assisting our physicians on how best to serve them. On a side note, Berks County, even though we are virtual right now, we went from being in a rental situation to me going virtual. We are the second oldest medical society in the nation next to Philadelphia. So right here is, I kind of stole it, but that's the old plaque that we've had from our major office, 1824. So we have a long history of serving our community. And again, I'll be happy to answer any more questions about the society or what we were doing to address the rapid change that happened during COVID and how we overcame it now.
Great, thank you. I was looking down because Bonnie is having just a little bit of a trouble getting in.
I was doing my best to elongate as much as possible.
No, you're good. She just said it was requesting a passcode. I don't think she's using quite the right link, but I just sent it to her. So hopefully we're going to get her in. So while we're waiting for her, yeah, TJ, why don't you kind of go into a little bit more of the nitty gritty of what you feel like has been the biggest challenge you've had to deal with during the pandemic?
Sure.
And then we can move on to other things as we've discussed. But let's start with the COVID, which is a particular unique industry for you as you've been dealing with doctors the whole time, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess the one thing is I think we were very fortunate, unlike some other societies and nonprofits, that we were already trying to make a transition to going virtual, to trying to when I came in about 6 years ago, we were very dependent on due structure, very dependent on taking money out of some of our investments to support ourselves. And when we finally broke it down, we're an advocacy driven group. And I would say about 30% of our dues were literally going to those efforts, while 60 was kind of going to our infrastructure, salaries, rent, utilities, things that were not really going back to the benefit of our physicians. So we were already in the process of trying to get into that. So luckily, during COVID, we were about 60% into that transition, and we were able to really kind of seamlessly move into when we all were in the COVID in our homes program. We were already almost set up. We had several issues that we were facing when it came to, again, trying to get the word out for how best to quarantine, how best practices, hand sanitizers, those kind of things that, people just weren't understanding or trying to find. The big thing I can say was PPE, the masks that doctors wore. There was such a enormous shortage of masks for our physicians. I had 2 doctors send me pictures that they were literally taking the large Coke bottles and cutting them in half and putting rubber bands and using those as masks for the first 2 months of COVID. So trying, again, that's new value that a society probably wasn't looking to do, and getting in the mask, distribution game and how to find it. That was a major thing and a major value of our society that we were able to provide 2 months into it. Trying to think of anything else right now, but that was basically
great, TJ. You and I have talked about it, but I just want to kind of highlight that it hits on one of our big themes.
Sure.
That we've been discussing about scaling doesn't in a crisis doesn't always mean scaling down, right? This was a place where you very much had to pivot and scale up a particular operation and figure out what your particular clients needed in that situation.
It was also inventive in the way that obviously everyone is familiar with. There was a giant shortage and everything with, and again, Berks County isn't exactly a giant hub of commerce that would get the first dibs of PPE. So what we were actually able to do is work with our local colleges, 3D printer clubs and school districts, and we were able to manufacture 3D printed PPE masks in the thousands for at least about 4 months, and have organized pickups and everything else. And we received a couple statewide awards for that. And luckily, and again, finding partnerships, I think, is another huge thing that happened during COVID, where we all realized everyone has their expertise and we all couldn't do it alone. And if we would have been able to pool our resources, our expertise together, we could get a lot done. And I can say in local counties and grassroots efforts moving forward, that's still something that we're benefiting from now. Those relationships we really kind of built on. Obviously, the Chamber of Commerce and a medical society don't exactly always mix. Same thing with a bar association and medical society, but we all seem to be, when we find something that works for us, we're pretty much harmonious. When we start advocacy efforts, again, maybe not so much, but when it comes to community efforts, we were able to utilize our strengths.
That's great, TJ. Let's come back to this partnership component here in a bit. I'd like to hear a little bit more, but let me turn the floor over to Bonnie Johnson. I had already briefly introduced you, Bonnie, but welcome. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Why don't you just give maybe a little bit more information about your background and the current organization that you're working for?
Certainly. Thank you so much, Dr. T. I apologize. I was having some technical difficulties getting in all on my end, but I'm happy to be here and glad to be part of this discussion. Currently, I'm the controller for an organization called the Educational Commission for Foreign Medical Graduates. That is a mouthful. For short, we call ourselves ECFMG FAMER. In fact, we were recently going through a rebranding where both companies are going to be known as Intel. So think of intelligent and health, Intel. In any event, ECFMG FAMER is what I would describe as a medical education company. A big part of what we do is certify international medical graduates so that they can practice here in the United States. So before anyone who has a degree from a foreign country, which includes people who could be born here in the States, if you've studied abroad and you want to be a doctor here in the United States, you have to obtain ECFMG certification. So that is what we do, our primary line of business. We also do J1 visa sponsorship as well for physicians who need to live here during their residency. We evaluate the qualifications of international medical grads, and we serve as the dean's office because these students are coming from other countries for the most part. So we have something called Electronic Residency Application Service, ERAS for short. We love acronyms. So for people who are applying for residency here in the United States, we gather their information and help to submit their applications to their school or hospital of choice. I'll give you a little bit of background. Dr. T, if I start to cover ground that you've already covered, you can certainly jump right in. So I've been with ECFMG since April of 2020, which means I came there right after the shutdown began. Prior to that, I was with a firm called J. Miller and Associates. I had a practice before. I was with JMA for almost 3 years. I had my own accounting practice for about 14 years, and I sold that practice to JMA. To the external world, it appeared to be a merger, and JMA provided primarily, while I was there, I was providing outsourced CFO services to nonprofit organizations. So I bring a lot of experience with many different nonprofits. Prior to JMA, I spent some time with Roman Haas. It doesn't even exist anymore. It became Dow, became something else, Comores, and I don't know what it's called nowadays. But I do have some public company experience in financial reporting. And I began my career with PricewaterhouseCoopers doing audits primarily of public companies. And I didn't get the nonprofit bug until later in my career, maybe after I made manager and I had some exposure to a university. I enjoyed what I was doing there. And then in my private life, I was doing a lot of volunteer work because as a CPA, as soon as you meet a group of people and they find out you're a CPA, they ask if you can be the treasurer to their nonprofit. So I was doing a lot of that and enjoying it as well. I'm a local person, born and raised Philadelphia. I have a husband and a son that I'm raising. Don't tell my husband I said that. And I think that's about enough in terms of background. And I'll let Dr. T lead and guide the discussion because I have tons to say, but I also want to make sure that, you know, TJ is being heard as well, and any questions that you all have are getting answered.
Yeah, that's great. Bonnie, you have some fellow accountants in the mix here. So someone who is currently serving as a public accountant and another, so that's Gabe, and then Lauren is serving as an accountant as well. For the food, it's not for the food bank though, right? It's no, you said it's about 23 organizations, Lauren, right? Both for profit and nonprofit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
So I'll ask you, Bonnie, what TJ kind of, we went ahead and let him start talking a bit about his pandemic experience.
Sure.
As you were getting settled. So two questions for you. One is in particular at ECFMG, what's the largest challenge you feel like you've had to face as it relates to the pandemic? And kind of secondly, given your wealth of experience at other nonprofits at functioning as their kind of interim CFO, you know, any other items that you'd want to share that might be different across industries?
Absolutely. Let's start with ECFMG. Largest challenge that I had to face. So prior to joining ECFMG, it was on an annual basis about a 90 plus, somewhere around $95 million in annual revenue organization with 1,000 roughly employees. Shortly after I joined ECFMG, the one exam that we were responsible not just for registering students for in partnership with an organization, but the exam that we actually administered, that exam had been suspended due to COVID. That exam is called the Step 2 Clinical Skills Exam, and it's an in-person exam. Essentially, there's someone who's an actor presenting as a patient with certain symptoms, and the doctors are being evaluated on their ability to communicate in English with that person, as well as their ability to accurately diagnose and treat, bedside manner, and all of those things. Given that that was an in-person examination, it was suspended because of COVID. And I believe that everyone at ECFMG thought, well, this exam surely will return at some point. ECFMG, it gets a little complicated, so I won't go into all the details, but we were administering that exam in partnership with another organization, National Board of Medical Examiners, under another organization's jurisdiction. And later in the year, that partner organization decided that they no longer wanted to continue with that exam. There were other issues beyond COVID with that exam. It had a high pass rate, so people were questioning, was it even worth it? And it was also really expensive for the prospective doctors to even get to the exam because it was only offered here in the United States in 5 states. And whenever I attempt to list the states, I always forget one. So we're going to see if I can get these states right. But it was in, well, I'll just say the cities. It was in Los Angeles, Houston, Atlanta, Chicago, and Philadelphia. So those were the places where we were administering that exam. We were leasing space in all 5 of those states. We still lease space in Philadelphia. In addition to that lease space, we have owned space in Philadelphia. So we quickly, when we found out the exam was canceled for good, we quickly had to pivot in our operations. And I heard Dr. T, I always call her Dr. T. She says I can call her Teresa, but she was my teacher, so she's always going to be Dr. T. But I heard Dr. T mention that sometimes when you're thinking about how to react in a crisis as an organization, and I apologize, that's my fax machine. Yes, I still have one of those. It's a combination fax printer. Sometimes you actually have to scale up. And so while there were many areas in which we had to scale down in order to make it so that doctors could participate in the 2021 match and become part of a residency program here in the United States, we needed to find a way to be able to get them ECFMG certification. And what that certification provides to the public is the knowledge that this person is qualified to practice under supervision here. And so we pivoted to something called the pathways. We came up as and I say we as if I had a whole lot to do with it, but it was a huge undertaking. We had to come up with different ways for people to become doctors. And so we partnered with another organization, OET, for the occupational English test. We partnered with Oxford International so that we could give an English test. And then we also used other measures. So for example, if you had graduated from an accredited medical school in another country, one that was recognized by an organization that we also recognize, if you did that and passed the English test, you could get your ECFMG certification. I'll just give a couple more examples. If you're licensed already to practice in another country and you pass this English test, and of course we did all the background verification on all of that, you could get your certification. It sounds like something really simple, but because Pathways was new to us, we had to build internal infrastructure for it, and we also had to staff appropriately for it. So on the one side, we're increasing cost so that we can build this bridge to the future. And then on the other side, $30 million in revenue has now gone away, and we're trying to figure out what do we do to cut costs. And of course, the immediate thing is when that group that was administering the test was called CSEC. When CSEC went away, that meant that there were lots of employees that also had to separate from the organization. But above and beyond employees, which we didn't want to cut, we had no choice, no option. We had to look at a lot of our other variable costs. We had to evaluate these leases in all these different cities. You know, when are these leases expiring? Can we negotiate early lease buyouts? We're even looking at our local property. What's best for us? We don't need the same amount of space we had before. Do we want to continue to stay in the part of the space that we own? Do we want to sell that space and lease space elsewhere? So there's lots of decisions that need to be made. We still have a very generous benefit package for our employees. And one of the things that we did to cut costs for the employees that were remaining is the organization used to provide a 15% contribution, not a match, just 15% contribution to full-time employees' retirement plan, the 403B. Well, with everything that happened as a result of the pandemic, we had to decrease that to 12%, which I'm sure sounds really, really generous because most companies will give you a match up to 4 or 5%. But that was a big deal because this has always been an employee-centered organization. We've had to cut back on commuter costs. So it's been eye-opening for an organization that I will describe as having been, I won't say sleepy, I'll say complacent, because for many, many years, things had worked the same way. And because of COVID and the subsequent cancellation of that exam, we realized that we need to be innovative and we can't just get comfortable. Dr. T, you had a two-part to your question, but I've been talking so long, I can't remember what the second part was.
Well, that's a great first part. My second was whether you have had, so you have worked with a lot of different types of nonprofits in your prior work. And my question was, to what degree do you see, I mean, some of those organizations you may not have stayed in contact with during COVID, but my question is, how do you see some of their responses being different? Both perhaps just because of the nature of the organization or the size, or, my mind went immediately to the type of services or the type of industry that they're in.
Sure. So I have worked with, so as COVID was just starting, I was still with JMA. And so I was transitioning organizations as they were applying for, I actually did a few of those payroll protection plan loans as well. So some of those organizations were education, arts, culture, healthcare, finance, real estate, membership organizations like TJ's, as well as social services organizations. And what I saw, what was interesting is a couple of those organizations, particularly in the real estate, the education space, and even one of the membership organizations, I wouldn't say they were in trouble, but they weren't performing that well pre-COVID, right? And so then COVID comes along and suddenly there's relief. There's this PPP loan and there's employee retention credits if you're keeping people on that aren't really that busy. And so you get a benefit from the government on your employee wage taxes, your Social Security, Medicare taxes. And so believe it or not, a couple of those organizations are a bit better positioned than they have been. I've also seen a switch where some of them were heavily reliant on individual contributions, and they started to evaluate what they do and look at more of not entirely a fee-for-service model, but try to offer more services for which they can get paid for or get at least some subsidy and not offer it 100% free. So the most surprising thing for me that has come out of this pandemic is that there are some organizations that I don't want to say are faring better, but are certainly doing better than I expected they would if the pandemic hadn't happened, because of some of the help that's been provided. So that's been really interesting for me. And their approach has been different. And I'm glad that you asked that question, because my organization, we don't rely on contributions at all. We are all fee for service. All of the services that I mentioned they're all fees. We have a subsidiary.
Oh, so now I didn't understand that. Are you not, do you not rely on grants? I would have
No.
thought you would have had some grant based.
You would think because of the service that we're providing in the place of the government, because a lot of what nonprofits do is step in where governments can't step up. You would think that we would have government funding. We don't. All of it's fee for service. The only funding that we have received that's been charitable has been for FAMER, which is our foundation. It's an affiliate organization. So I may use the word subsidiary sometimes when I'm talking about FAMER, but it's really not a sub. It's a separate 501c3. And it's in place to help with international global health education. But FAMER only has about $30,000 in contributions, and we subsidize FAMER's activities because we created the foundation to be helpful. So no, we don't have any government grants. It is an area that gets talked about. It's certainly something that I raised when I came on board with the firm. And historically, we haven't had to, ECFMD, FAMER, Intel, whichever one of those names you like, we haven't had to because we were so profitable. At this point, it is something that's being discussed. So when you talk about what's different about your long-term strategy, this is one of the things that is being evaluated.
Well, I was going to ask two related questions to both you, Bonnie, and TJ. You guys have both mentioned pivots that you've had to make in the midst of a pandemic. And so two questions you can answer either or both, or both. You take your pick, right? How did long run or long-term planning help you prepare for those pivots that you had to make? What were things that you had to think about? And kind of second to that, what do you wish you had done, or how do you now think differently about long-term planning in light of the pivots that you had to make?
Since I've been talking so long, let's let TJ answer that one first.
Thanks.
Anytime. I'm always helpful.
I guess two things is the long-term pivoting are a portion of that. I think that, and I know I alluded to this earlier, but we were already noticing that we needed to become nimble. We needed to do a better job of, I constantly tell my board that the fuel of a dues-paying organization is communication. And if we can't communicate to our members, and if we can't communicate to the community, we're basically like a ship without sails. So we were trying for at least a year or two before COVID happening to try to get more money back into communication to members, communicating to local officials, communicating in educational forms to patients in the county. And we were scaling back gradually. And we were pretty much kind of prepared for me to be doing what we were doing when COVID happened. And it's one of those fortunate things where, I had some board members that were very, 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 very stubborn. And if you know people in Berks County, stubborn is just basically like a genetic code that we all given. But they did not want to move away from the brick and mortar society where we had a building. They really thought that was they were using the words defeat. They were using the words, like surrendering, backtracking, and that they just didn't kind of see that. So I guess the two things to answer your question is I think that I put something in place to try to ease this transition, mainly because of those stubborn older physicians that we had to kind of come up with a plan. So the long-term planning of that really did help out in the terms of, well, this year we'll do this. We're going to cut spending
TJ, I
here.
know,
Yeah.
excuse me for interrupting, but can you just be a little bit more clear about this transition that you made? You're
Sure.
saying
Yeah,
it,
no,
but
I
I know
was-
more of the specifics, so it may
I
not be
apologize.
exactly clear to
So-
others what
Yeah.
you're referring to. And I think it's a great example of what we've been talking about, of thinking about fixed and variable costs. So please continue.
So we had, when I came in, I had a staff of 2, and I had, again, a full paying rent, society with several offices and everything else. And we did a lot of our work in-house. We had a bookkeeper. We had all of these other kind of things coming in. And again, I kind of alluded to that took up a great deal of our money. So year 1, we kind of came up with this, we were already going to phase out both employees as a cost saver. They were all about to retire anyway. So we had an early retirement for one of our workers. And instead of bringing in a full-time bookkeeper, again, we outsourced our bookkeeping, because the last thing I think you want to have an executive director who's only one person do is have the entire oversight of bookkeeping too. I kind of liked having a checks and balance approach where there's a little bit more integrity to our budgeting. So we outsourced that. The next year, we scaled back in our, again, our brick and mortar. We went to a smaller. We let our landlord know that by 2019, we were going to be out. So we were making plans to scale back that way. And then the money that we were going to save from this, from losing the rent, losing the, unfortunately, the other manpower, we put into lowering our dues, because we were the highest paying dues society in the state. So in terms of competition or pointing out what makes Lehigh County or Philadelphia County that much cheaper than Berks when on scale. So we answered that question, was actually able to bring in more members because of that. And lastly, with the money we saved from the rent, we actually went out and signed a contract with a marketing firm. And the marketing firm, to me, was the biggest success of our society in the last 2 years. Because like I said, we were able to market the society to our members. We were able to update our website. We were able to have email blasts at the ready, professionally looking, with, at the drop of a hat. If we had something that a county commissioner needed to ask from all of our pediatricians, I was able to get a poll out to our pediatricians within 20 minutes, 30 minutes. By the end of the day, we had the answer. If I needed to say, hey, look, we're doing a good job here, or I need your help here, blast emails coming out that way. Same thing with, influenza shots, COVID-19 misinformation. I'm trying to think of any of these, we've run several dozen campaigns already because of having a marketing team on retainer. And it just kind of felt like we were a minor league team. And then we ended up getting like a big name bat coming in to really push us over the edge when it came to a lot of this information. And this year is going to be probably the first year in 10, 15 years where we're going to be a society that is in the black, even with the spending of the money and reducing of our dues. We are healthier now than we were pre-COVID because of the steps we took a year or two before. And I gotta say, when you match up some of the other counties and how they're trying to play catch up now, we're able to do a lot more in terms of retention, member retention now, and obviously advocacy than they are, because they're still back in 2022 trying to get back into where they should be. 2020.
TJ,
Long
you really
year.
hit
Yeah.
You're really hitting on a couple of points. This decreasing your footprint is just a classic method that brings an example of decreasing your fixed cost in order to be more agile. The second, we almost right before lunch talked about outsourcing versus insourcing things like
Glad I could help.
fundraising, right? Like yours, yours is focused more on marketing, but as we discussed, there are some analogs between the fundraising and the marketing side of things in terms of communication and reputation building and things like this. It is, you really provided a pretty salient example of how having outsourcing something that brings this particular type of specialty can be a benefit.
Yeah. And I gotta say, the other thing is, obviously, COVID has made our society a lot more relevant when it comes to our community. We're so much busier than we, ever have been. And the fact that I actually have some outsourced teams that I can go to, even, my bookkeeping for cutting checks and everything else, I'm a lot more nimble, which is a word I'm loving to use more and more now, with how I'm able to address things. It's just, beforehand, it could have took days for us to get up and going. And in advocacy, that's a killer, so staying relevant and staying, on topic, on the point, is huge. And we're able to do that a lot better than we were a couple of years ago with, what we have in place now.
Well, yeah, you just made me realize, in your case, agility is literally part of your business, right? You have to be able to respond so quickly to current events that are facing doctors.
Absolutely.
Bonnie, what are your experiences as we think about this how long-term planning either did or think, lessons learned in long-term planning as you're thinking about the pivots your companies had to make?
So I described us as a complacent organization somewhat. In a lot of respects, that was true. However, under the current leadership, in a lot of respects, we were doing things that prepared us for this current situation with COVID. For example, we've been building up our executive and senior leadership teams, and we have a really strong information systems and info technology team. And that turned out to be super important when we implemented Pathways, because they had to build all of the infrastructure for this new revenue stream. We also, for our programs and services team, did something similar to TJ's society. We had to outsource positions because we weren't sure of what future volume was going to be. So we hired several, well, not hired, but we outsourced to a temp firm, several long-term temps, by long-term anywhere from 12 to 18 months, a lot less expensive from the perspective of benefits and the whole package that would come with full-time people that are on your staff. And it's also a good way to audition future employees when you're a bit uncertain about what's going to happen in the future. So I would say information systems played a huge role. The other thing that was already in process before COVID or this pandemic is we have a lot of legacy systems, not just the accounting system, but a lot of our computing systems are legacy, and they're all sort of patched together and they work, but only a few people had the history on how they were put together. And so the knowledge was residing in a small bubble, and we could work a lot more efficiently. So the organization had already started with Salesforce implementation, and we're planning to go live with Salesforce in 2022. So I see that as something, the position of IT teams, the Salesforce implementation, we were thinking forward thinking, and we're going to be in a better position in the future. Strategically, this week, our rebranding was just announced. So this Intel organization, which really is a way to unify the two separate organizations, brings us together under one umbrella, but it also positions us in the event that we decide to consolidate with a similar organization that represents nurses or dentists or a completely different line of business that is related to healthcare. And so rebranding ourselves has also been important for that. couple other things I want to mention that we're doing differently that we hadn't done before. So our organization was heavily dependent on this partnership in order to administer that one exam. It's not to say that we won't do partnerships in the future, but we're all going to be very careful about how those partnerships are structured and how much control we have. Because in this situation, we didn't have the control. The other organization had the unilateral control to cancel the exam without our input, and then we had to react. And while that may have worked okay, if we had some advance notice to prepare for it, everything turned out in the end, but it was a very stressful process for the organization to quickly react to something that we could not control. So we're looking at how we structure any potential future partnerships as well. What else?
So Bonnie, I'm gonna just chime in right there. And
Mhm.
Stuart, it's a slightly different, it is a different scenario, but I think this relates back to one of your morning questions about having your hands tied because of contractual obligations that you don't have any control over.
Mhm.
And you know, in some ways, what it's alluding to is so Stuart was specifically talking about kind of government agency contracts.
Yes.
And again, I don't want to pretend to know the answer for every organization and every situation. I clearly don't. But you know, what Bonnie's pointing out is, I think, an important thing, that maybe some of those contractual arrangements aren't worth the way that it constrains you. You know, that might be a hard message for some in an organization to understand, that, you know, that revenue source isn't going to come in, or that particular service is going to decline. But, you know, if you're thinking about cost versus benefits, and you're in a situation where that isn't advantageous, that might be part of a hard decision that has to be made.
I'm glad you raised that point, Dr. T, and also Stuart for bringing it up earlier, because that is most of the reason why ECFMG doesn't currently have, and see, I have to get used to Intel too, it doesn't roll off the tongue. It's the reason why we don't have any government contracts and haven't historically, because the prior cost versus benefit analysis said, you know, this may not be worth it for us, for everything that we would have to do. And for the compliance piece alone, it may not be worth it. And as an organization that was very profitable at the time, it just wasn't pursued. Now that we're evaluating other income streams, and we'll be profitable this year, at least on operating margin, we will be profitable this year. We're projecting a small loss next year, but we'll be turning that around. That loss is really more planned in a way. It has to do a lot with the Salesforce implementation, the parts that are not being capitalized, all of the things that are going to be expensed in relation to that, and some of the changes that we're making with our programs and services group to make sure that we're providing the services at the level that we need to. One other thing that I'll mention that we hadn't done strategically, because in the past there was no need, we didn't even have a line of credit. So if we needed money in a crunch, we have a 200 million plus investment portfolio. This is not an endowment. There's nothing about it that is restricted. It literally is accumulated profits. So whenever there was money needed, it would just be okay. Like, it was somewhat planned, but not really well planned. It was like, we're going to take roughly $8 million a year out of this investment portfolio. Well, with the cancellation of this exam, suddenly we had 16 million in refunds to give. And so during 2021, we actually opened a line of credit because interest rates are so low. It made more sense to take out the line of credit, use money from the line, as opposed to taking money out of the market that was growing. So that's what we ended up doing. We've already started repaying the line, and we're looking to maybe have a smaller $5 million operating line in the future. But we originally took out a $34 million line of credit, drew down 27.5 million because we needed immediate cash beyond those refunds, and have now paid it back down to 17 million and plan to finish paying it off by the first quarter in 2022. So there are lots of things about this organization that are changing. We also implemented a spending rule on our investments. So, you know, we had a lot of opposition to that. Folks saying, well, it's not an endowment, you don't have to. But if we're going to rely on that, we use that investment portfolio portion of it as collateral for the line of credit. And if we're going to rely on that in a crunch in the future, it makes a lot of sense for us to protect it as well. So we did put in a spending rule. That way, if there's ever any money needed above and beyond what we've agreed we would spend for operations on an annual basis, that gets attention at the board level.
That's great. I mean, you've hit on, I know that you're coming at this more as an accountant than an economist, but man, are you thinking about it like an economist, right? I mean, it's all about the margin and thinking about, weighing the pros and the cons. Many organizations, nonprofits, did face some criticism related to borrowing instead of drawing down endowments. And part of, I remember this hitting the news. And in fact, Dennis, I think you and I worked on a small article for NCNE that Thad and them put out, right? Kind of thinking a little bit more about endowment structure and debt versus, choosing to draw from the endowment. And just because the endowment's there doesn't fundamentally mean it's the right resource for the time.
Agreed, 100%.
So there are a couple of additional directions that I want us to hit, but both of you have mentioned partnerships, some that have started, some that have ended. How have your organizations thought about that as it relates to kind of, because this is more of this workshop is focused on cost resiliency. How have you thought about those moving forward? What partnerships make sense, which ones don't, and how that kind of relates to the mission of your organization? TJ, I know that you had started talking about the partnerships.
I think the one thing that, I think the one thing that has materialized a little bit more is the realization that public health is basically going hand in hand with every single facet of our life now. If you really break it down over the last 2 years, the idea of how does COVID relate to X, seems to be in place for everything. So whether it's legal issues, whether it's small businesses trying to figure out, a vaccination routine, or if they're able to get and I promise you, I won't touch on that if, with everyone, just so I don't see any bristling, but, the idea of how to keep things open, we've been partnering with a lot of people to answer those questions on the expertise of public health. So in the same vein, now we're doing a lot more events. We're doing a lot more panels like this. We're doing a lot more joint educational projects through the county, through Berks County and the county commissioners. We're planning on doing at least 2 or 3, for lack of a better word, consortiums, because we haven't figured out the right word yet, where I can put up some of my doctors on a panel with a couple attorneys, and they can say to our, Chamber of Commerce and to our business owners, what should be the best course of action and the safest course of action for your clients, for your co-workers, for your employees. So we've been doing that, and these are things a couple of years ago that I couldn't have dreamed of because of the price tag with it. To try to get something out like this to the rest of the county when we're dealing with a budget not nearly as awesome as Bonnie. Sorry, I salivated when you gave those numbers out. But anyway, but with someone who really we're dealing with a shoestring budget based on dues, how do I, as executive director, really use those numbers to the maximum, outreach. So now being able to partner with like-minded, members of the community that a couple of years ago weren't exactly thinking like, I wonder what a doctor would think about this, has really kind of been beneficial. And I think they're seeing moving forward, and I truly believe it. I think that we're kind of in the generation of public health where this is going to be an issue that is not, going to be resolved anytime soon. And it's up to physicians and it's up to, officials to really try to chart their own course and figure out how best to work for their community. So we're trying to partner as much as we can on those efforts.
That's great. I mean, so the way you described it is a much more lively example than, but connects exactly to our examples of, or our discussion of economies of scope, right? I mean, you're making 1 + 1 = 4.
Yeah.
Because you are thinking about the complementarities and also really, you couldn't do this on your own. And some of that is both economies of scale, so you're able to do something larger because you're partnering. But what I'm also hearing is this diversity of thought and the complementarity of other services really allowing the product that you deliver to be more comprehensive than what you on your own could do.
Yep, absolutely.
That's great. This is a great example. So we had a conversation. I want Bonnie to come back to the partnership, but I will share with you, we had this great conversation about thinking about outputs versus outcomes and how that's such an important distinction for nonprofits, but can make it harder to really pin down the bottom line and pin down how to think about cost. Maybe we'll come back to that in a minute, but it did occur to me in what you were saying. I mean, you're really thinking about how do you maximize impact and not just did I put on X number of programs in a given time frame. Bonnie, you've already really alluded to some extent about partnerships. Is there anything in addition that you'd like to add about how you guys are thinking about those moving forward and how you make those decisions? We already talked about the contractual obligation, but anything on the cost side that you'd like to
So we're
share?
still, yes, sure. We're still very much, in favor of collaboration and possibly even formal partnership. And it touches upon what you mentioned with economies of scale and scope. If we were to join with another organization that was doing the same thing that we do, but just for other medical professionals, for dentists or nurses, and these are talks that have been happening over the years, very informally. In the past, other organizations were not interested in partnering because maybe at the time there was no benefit, but going forward, perhaps it may be more attractive for them as it is for us as well. So definitely lots of benefits just in combining resources. The challenge that we often find with that is it can be difficult to get executive leadership on board because that's exactly where there tends to be duplication. So executive leadership may not be all that excited about pulling these organizations together because you certainly don't need 2 presidents and you don't need 2 executive directors. And there are other ways to approach that. But
Boards can be an issue with that as well.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
One other thing I can add on my end is sometimes I also benefit from, like I said, we have 3 health systems in our county and they are natural competitors. And when they do need to find a neutral banner, they normally fall to us to try to be like the Switzerland or, Berks County Health. And we've also been able to kind of partner and they find the value of creating members and putting leadership in our boards because, as competitors, they need to find neutral ground somewhere as well. And they turn to us. So that was just something else I wanted to at least throw out when talking about collaboration and everything else. With the natural competitors, they need to find sometimes a place where they could collaborate, and usually it ends up being us, and usually that's to our financial gain as well.
Yeah, this is sometimes collaborations make more sense in the nonprofit world across either vertical complementarities or horizontal complementarities, not necessarily within the same area. This is something that has been highlighted quite a bit when there are pushes for consolidation and partnership, and it's something to keep in mind. because it does relate back to some of what we were discussing as economies of scope.
We are currently, I mentioned earlier, but super briefly, but we are currently collaborating with Oxford International. That's the company that is now doing our occupational English test for us. And so we have an agreement with them where they use our space, some of that lease space that, you know, the leases haven't expired and we haven't been able to negotiate an early buyout to our advantage yet. And so they're using that space for the exam. And then there is a contractual agreement on us getting paid per unit, per student that sits for an exam. So that's an example of a complementary relationship where, you know, they want to provide exams and we need an exam as part of the package to certify residents to practice here.
Already had these fixed costs. So this is a great example of kind of recovering some of those fixed costs that you otherwise could not have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's great. So if everybody's okay with it, let's move on to thinking about both to other crises, right? So crises have come before. We know that we don't know what the next ones are going to be, and it would be great to think they're not going to come, but it would not be it would be naive of us to think that they aren't. Both of you found yourselves, working your way through other crises as well, in particular the Great Recession of 2008. Do you see parallels? If so, what parallels do you see, and perhaps what prepared you? I mean, these were two very different types of crises in terms of how they impacted organizations. Are there, despite the differences, are there parallels that helped you kind of prepare for this crisis? Bonnie, I know for you, you were not at the current organization. So I guess I'm thinking more about how perhaps you helped other organizations prepare moving forward.
Certainly. When I think of parallels to 2008 versus now, the things that are the same, the fear, there was a certain amount of fear, and the fear came from uncertainty, right? We didn't know how long it was going to last. Certainly with this pandemic, it seems to continue on. I mean, we're getting improvements daily, but at the same time, you know, there's new strains popping up. So there was a lot of uncertainty. The big difference that I see, and I'm sure I can think of some other parallels, but when I think in terms of differences, I didn't see in 2008 the relief that is being provided now. Like, we didn't have a CARES Act to help people who were upside down, people in organizations who are upside down on their mortgages and loans. And so there's definitely more help now. Back then, with some of the nonprofits, the ones that were relying on institutions, I saw a pivot to realizing that a lot of the donations really come from individuals. So there was a lot more focus on, let's do these annual campaigns that we hadn't paid as much attention to because we were relying on these big givers that were on our board, and now their portfolios have been hit. And so they're not giving, they used to give a lot of stock donations so they could get a tax benefit out of it. And we're not seeing what we were seeing in the past because their portfolios are not in a great place. So there's a lot more focus on individual giving, but certainly the feeling of uncertainty, the concern, all of that and I still am very much in touch with a lot of the nonprofits that I've worked with. I'm on the board of PANO, which is the Pennsylvania Association of Nonprofit Organizations. So I have experience, TJ, with working with a membership organization. So as a board member for PANO, it's in a lot of ways it's the same. In a lot of ways it's different because of the relief and the assistance. And I have to tell you, even our organization had to think about whether or not we should pursue a PPP loan, because the wording around the loan itself, I mean, it would be permissible. We've had a significant impact on our organization. However, at the same time, we had to look at it through a public relations lens, and considering that portfolio that we have that, you know, TJ salivates about, we thought, we're not going to do that. That's for organizations who really need it. But there have been a lot of these larger companies out there who have taken advantage of the PPP. So.
That's true. We also have seen, as you said, some negative media and public relations
Mhm.
backlash from some
Yeah,
of those.
so we chose to, although it would have
Right.
been legal and permissible, it was not preferred. We decided not to do it.
You know, one of the things I want to turn over to TJ, but that your comment really helped highlight for me is in both recessions or both crises, it seems to me that, you know, you could almost, I'm pausing because I don't want to overgeneralize because I can't really know about any of the next crises, but we know revenues were hit somehow, right? Like your income was hit somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And you needed to do more, right? Because of the nature of the types of industries that we're in general, there is some kind of ramp up of services that often happens. What part and yeah, which components need to ramp up and what that looks like, I think it differed between them. But you know, it seems to almost be a given that during the crisis, right, nonprofits are going to need to step up, but at the same time, likely have fewer resources.
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, please go ahead.
Oh, the other thought that I had around the differences had to do with galas, and we may not think a whole lot about it. I know when I had my practice, I would go.
We discussed this briefly in the morning. You wouldn't know that. No. Please go ahead.
Okay.
I just wanted to say it's a good tie-in.
Okay, so I would go to at least one event for each of the organizations that were in my client roster, and I usually had roughly between 20 to 25 clients. So I had a lot of events to attend, and I would go to all of these galas as a show of support. Or if they were a dance company, I'd go to at least one performance. If it was a faith-based organization, I'd go to whatever program they were having. And I would do that and people would go. And the thing that this crisis has done is because of the concern with contracting COVID, I mean, the gala money has dried up. I mean, folks have tried these virtual things, and I've actually tried to participate in some, and it's just not the same. Like, for example, I'm enjoying this panel. I'm enjoying speaking to you all, but I would love it if we were all in a room together. Whereas with the 2008 crisis, yeah, people had less to give, but you could still have that gathering. And I know, I think it's Urban League actually, I want to say their gala was about, and I can mention this because the 990, all that's public, their gala was like 25 to 30% of their annual revenue. And then you can't have that. What do you do? So I'm not sure at what level you all discussed galas earlier, but that's something to think about.
Yeah, Bonnie absolutely took exactly what I was going to say with mine, but you all are getting to know me, and I think you all realize I can't shut up. So I will.
So just re-emphasize the point.
Yeah, I'm going to re-emphasize the point.
Different example.
So seriously, the two things I can pick up on the difference is, again, the lack of live events, the lack of community. And you know, when it comes to my group, there's a severe case of burnout throughout physicians. There's kind of a forced empathy, lack of empathy with, you know, some of these things, and not getting together or understanding, you know, why it's important to do X and Y and Z. And the same thing where I used to have events too, where they would make money, you know, we'd be part of our budget. And for the last 2 years, we haven't had a live event. We had a new board come in, and normally when we have an installation brunch, which, you know, is one of the most expensive, but most of the best collegiality event we have, it's about 100 to 200 people. And we didn't have it. So that kind of, I think that if we're comparing things, you at least could get together and commiserate over how bad we were doing together. Now and there's a unity in that, where I think now it's Zoom, it's over the phone, and it's, emails. So I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think that is a scary issue. The other portion of that is for me, live events are recruiting events. Live events bring, the at least 5% increase of, incoming members, residents, med school students, early career physicians, you name it. I've lost 2 years of resident school members, early career physicians with, not having events like Doctoberfest, which was our big, Oktoberfest for docs at a local pub, which was, an easy and really fun event for me. But it was a good draw to bring people in. So that is a scary thing because I'm also part of a generation of non-joiners. So not having, the strategy in place to try to draw in a generation of people who already don't like to join societies is a huge hurdle for me moving forward. And obviously something, if we're talking about long-term planning, something that, we need to figure out.
Those are great points. Let's open it up to the group. Any particular questions or comments that you have about the great insights that TJ and Bonnie have given us? Dennis, did you have your hand up or? Oh, you're muted. You're still muted, Dennis. There you go.
Here we go. Well, I wanted to thank both of you. I've just really great presentations and a lot of parallels. I guess if I had a question, it seems like both of you were taking advantage of things like outsourcing of functions and services, building partnerships on the outside rather than doing things yourself, moving to more part-time contract workers as opposed to having your own employees and so forth. So that, to me, that's kind of a group of strategies that's trying to position you for the future where you have less fixed costs. So if anything happens, the costs that you have are more flexible and you can adjust them when a crisis comes along. But I wonder if you could talk about the trade-offs that are involved in that. Economists talk about something called transaction costs, which they define as the cost of doing business. And it seems to me that maybe there are differences between those two regimes that, if you're doing something in-house and you need to get something done, okay, you already have the arrangements, you just, talk to the appropriate people and get things done. Whereas if you're doing like your marketing or whatever under a contract arrangement, then it's actually a little bit more involved to to deal with a contractor at an arm's length situation. I mean, I'm just sort of describing in sort of stereotypical form what's in my mind, but I just wonder, what's your experience administratively in terms of the cost of doing business when you move from a more traditional in-house regime to managing, a bunch of kind of contractual relationships?
Well, I'll go first because I think TJ is going to have more to say on this because he has a lot of them. But for our organization, it depends, of course, on which department is doing it. Like, what's the role and how long once you engage in the role, how long is that service provider going to be in the role? Because the thing that I see, not just with the company I'm with now, and even in the past other organizations I've worked with, is sometimes you're at risk for losing that, what I like to call foundational institutional knowledge. Things that had you known, you would not have spent, like the last day or two trying to track something down, because there would have been an employee that had been there for 15 years who just knew that and heard you in your office say something, and then they peeked out and said, oh, I know where to get that contract, or I know how to do that thing. So that's the one cost that I can see. And I'm not sure how to put a price tag on that. I mean, of course, I think Dr. T could. I mean, she could cost that out. It costs something. It's the time and the effort going into it, not having that knowledge. That's the one thing that I get concerned about. However, I do think that there are situations where oftentimes it's better to have an outsource or contractual arrangement, particularly when you're looking for a new perspective on something. It is great to bring in a consultant, even if it was something that may have been your idea, because you can always just say, well, that consultant came up with that if folks don't like it. So
Great.
people used to do that to me all the time. That was Bonnie. Did TJ freeze on us?
Good. We mid laugh, which makes it nice. Oh, there
Okay.
you are.
Oh, sure.
You're
All right,
back.
thanks. All right, again, had computer issues all in the morning. That scared me. So the only thing I can say is I don't see a lot of negatives in terms of being able to move things quicker for me. The institutional knowledge part, when I did let go of my staff member that dealt with bookkeeping, that was a headache for some growing pains for that first year of dealing with trying to get a hold of that if my bookkeeper had questions, I was trying to figure that out, and I wasn't the person that was dealing with it to begin with. So that was there was some growing pains with that. And I kind of think it's almost like anything, like a new computer system or something else. You got to figure out the quirks of what's wrong with, and how to make things work the right way. When it comes to the marketing portion of it, I usually have a weekly meeting with them saying, hey, this is what I think could be coming up. This is coming down the pike. Could you have this, this, and this? This is the message I want to get out by Thursday. And, they have a calendar of events that I approve in the beginning of each month. So we were able to really be pretty much seamless when it comes to that. And then if something happens, like, some influenza issue or something that comes up or something that we need to talk about, they're ready for it, or are able to drop something due to our contract and get that moving. So there's a general understanding. Audits and bookkeeping were the ones where I could think of where I was thinking this might have been the worst decision I ever made in my life. And then moving forward, it ended up, once we figured everything out, it's been very easy.
Dennis, thank you for your question, and of course for your kind words. It has been a pleasure, and I'm not saying goodbye, but it really has. I've been enjoying this.
Great, great.
Have to. It's great to get the insights. And again, you guys bring not only a wealth of experience, but a range. One of the things that we have tried to highlight is one size is not going to fit all here. And you guys have given a lot of examples of how to stay agile. Any final words or thoughts that you want to leave us with, Bonnie and TJ, or any other questions? And if not, we'll start wrapping up. But Dennis?
Well, I mean, Bonnie said something that set off a thought in my mind that, it's about resilience. That is, if you're depending more on contractual relationships rather than in-house expertise and institutional knowledge, then what does that mean about resilience the next time a crisis occurs? And and perhaps you don't have the in-house experience that's represents what you learned from the last crisis. I mean, it's.
You don't have the historical
Yeah, I
background.
mean, that is right. I mean, sort of thinking as crises as learning experiences and how you manage to negotiate that, isn't that valuable for the next time? But are you going to have less of that if you've adapted to this more market structure rather than internal? I mean, I have no answer here. It's just a thought that
Mhm.
that got stimulated by this great conversation. I just wonder what you
I
thought.
think it just emphasizes the pros and cons, right? And some degree of at least considering that component, while you can't have perfect foresight, is worth thinking about as you're making the decisions.
And hopefully you've retained at least your core leadership that was part of those decisions. Hopefully you have
Right.
some team members that are still around and that remember and don't panic. I think that for me is one of the biggest learnings coming out of 2008. So that when this happened, I didn't panic. I mean, I saw the fear and the concern with everyone else, but I wasn't. In 2008, I have to admit, I was panicked. I had very recently started my practice, and so it was just growing, and so it was hitting me almost as hard as it was hitting everyone else, and there was a fair amount of panic. So this time around, no panic. One of the things we've learned as an organization is that we need to expand our FP&A, our financial planning and analysis role, because there are areas and costs that we don't have as well of an understanding as we should. We should know exactly how much it costs for us to produce or provide each service that we provide. And I can tell you that there are some models that are floating, but they're so old that they can't be right anymore. So that's an area that we are looking to expand in. And we haven't decided whether that's going to be an in-house hire or if that's going to be something that we outsource. But maybe you helped me in thinking about that, Dennis. Are you raising your hand? You want to do it?
No, but I
I'm
have
thinking
another.
we need
I have
a
another-
t-shirt that says "Be calm and agile," and
Well,
then we're
no.
done. That's what you're emphasizing, Bonnie.
Clearly, but it gives it stimulates another thought, and that is, what do you guys have to say about what we should be teaching nonprofit managers so that they can handle these kinds of situations? Does it have to be different than what we're ordinarily providing in nonprofit management curricula?
It definitely needs to be forward looking, and I'm not sure what the current nonprofit management curriculum is, but a focus on being able to do reliable projections for sure. Having a comfort level. I know a lot of people don't like cost accounting, but it's important. At least having a comfort level around cost accounting and understanding that. I think at some point there had been a move away from that and a move toward broader concepts, but we need to understand, all of us that are working in nonprofit finance, accounting, management, we need to understand how all of that works. So.
Any final words, TJ?
TJ, do you have a thought on this? Do you think of what you do as a nonprofit manager differently now that you've been through this crisis?
I again, I started in working in government and politics, and what I thought I knew after 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 7 years ago is basically thrown into a blender, wrapped around, and has me questioning, all my institutional, or in giant air quotes, knowledge. I think that, being able to get sure you have the right team around you and have the right board. I'm fortunate where I have a great executive committee and board that are supportive, that are willing, even with, the naysayers about going virtual, I'm still virtual. I mean, they trusted me. I think has to do a great deal with trust of, who you're working with and who you're working for. And Dennis, I'll say it again. I think communication. I know we're talking more dollars and cents, but I think when you have better communication, that helps when you have to take a curve in the COVID realm, with that if you understand that you already have a good idea of what you want to be doing, and the rest of the board in the worst headache you could have is in a crisis, of anything is having two captains trying to go two different directions. So I always think, I guess you can call me the communications guy in this discussion, but I think that goes a long way. And I think that has been the reason why we, most nonprofits sink or swim, again, another water analogy, on, these kind of issues. It's just the fact that, they're not prepared, they're not communicating, and they're not, seeing eye to eye with whatever the next step should be.
Thanks.
Guys both ended on kind of thinking forward and really assessing that in a critical way. Well, we can't thank you enough. Really appreciate all your insights, and again, just really thankful for you guys providing all of this input.
Thank you for having
hope-
us.
Oh,
Thank
of
you very
course.
much.
Well, it's good to see you guys. I think both of you, you guys figured out they're both my former students. So I'd love to take credit, but I can't. They were great from the beginning. So it's really wonderful to see the amazing work you guys are doing.
You can take some of the credit, and I'm happy to come back anytime. So thank you so much. And thanks for, all the wonderful input as well. I see Hunter kept going in and out. Did you have a question or a comment, Hunter? Okay. All right.
All right. Have a good rest of your
Thank
Friday.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Have
it.
a great weekend.
Take care.
Bye now.
So Teresa, when did you want to reconvene for the last part, or are we just going to go straight into it?
Well, you know what? I thought we probably all could use a small break. And what I was going to suggest is the next part of our time together is to think a little bit more carefully about this, a case study on Banner Health Systems. Stuart, did you send out I gave a word. I know you sent the PowerPoint, but there was like a one-pager that's the case study. Did that get sent to all the participants?
All three documents did. Yeah.
Okay, great. So that also means you guys have the Wall Street Journal article as well. It is much more extensive than the one pager, but can I get a quick confirmation that everybody has a one pager that starts with Banner Health System responding to a crisis?
Yeah, I have that.
Lauren, Gabe, Cheyenne, you guys all have it? Okay. I feel like I believe our discussion will be more rich if we all just take a moment. Again, if you don't have time or don't have the inclination to read the full newspaper article, that's fine. It's just there for your resources. But would ask that everyone look over, what is it, the 4-paragraph synopsis that we have in the one pager. And also simultaneously, coffee, tea, whatever floats your boat right now. And let's reconvene. And Stuart, I'd like to give them some time to look at it just so that we can have a rich discussion. So my suggestion is we come back at 2:30.
Okay, sounds good. That's 15 minutes. 15 minutes?
15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. 16 by my watch.
Just so I could say, that was great. I mean, they were really great panelists.
Yeah, like I said, I'd like to take credit, but and I'll tell you, I just ended up reconnecting with both of them over the pandemic. We had some very good discussions thinking about how they can best prepare their organizations, and they're doing a great job. I don't know if they needed my help, but it was great to see what they're doing. All right, so I'll see you guys all back at around 2:30.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and pause. Great. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed the panel. Like I said, I thought it was great, and we got lots of variety. And we get to add on to that now with our case study. Did everybody get a chance to review at least the one pager, if not the full Wall Street Journal? So, the goal here isn't to recite all of the technical components of it. There was lots of numbers in this one. I personally thought that added to the article and to the case. But really it's about more of the broad strokes. And I guess, and linking it back to some of the key topics and key content that we've talked about at the beginning. To the point of what we were just mentioning, Hunter, I know you did not see that part, but I think you'll catch up just fine. Don't worry. And to others, what I'd like to hear is, as we're starting, maybe you just want to give what struck you about the article, and then we can delve into thinking more specifically about the costs. Anything in particular, Cheyenne, Lauren, Gabe, you guys want to share in terms of thinking through this particular situation that Banner Health faced?
Oh yeah, I haven't thought just on the, maybe not just Banner Health in general, but the decrease in the amount of hospitals that have happened over, between that 35-year period or so is pretty interesting, considering that I feel like healthcare as a career has gone up significantly during that time. So it's less hospitals, but more hospital staff, which is interesting.
I agree. So I'll share a little bit of a side note with you. That's how I actually ultimately ended up doing nonprofit research. My dissertation was on hospital mergers and acquisitions. There was a big wave so there was a wave of closures in the 1980s. There was a wave of mergers and acquisitions in the 1990s. And we're now back into what some might consider the third wave after the ACA. There are lots of things that you can point to for some of what, causes and consequences of those. But it's clear, and I think the article, hopefully I did a good job of kind of prepping it in the one pager as well, but the article does a nice job of making it clear that some of this is being really driven by an external environment that the hospitals and the healthcare system find themselves in, right? Obviously they're still needing to, they're still looking at their bottom line and they're making decisions that are, strategic for them. But much of the pressure on them in terms of saving costs and efficiency, it's been a key place, a key point of emphasis since the 1980s, just because of the way reimbursements work and the incentives. So yeah, lots of consolidation. The irony is some of that relates very much, although it's not the reason I assigned the article. It does relate back to our economies of scale and economies of scope arguments. There was some sense that, sharing some more of the administrative costs, and then also some degree of diversification of uncertainty over patient loads across hospitals. You saw specialization for particular hospitals, those types of things. One of the things the article points out is this, not only the consolidation, but as I mentioned, maybe the consolidation being catalyzed by this increased emphasis on cost efficiency. And so, what I'd like us to spend a little bit of time on is thinking a bit about the fixed and variable costs for an organization like Banner, what that looks like, and what you think that might mean for their overall cost structure. And, to the degree that you want to, discuss how that might look different, how that maybe strikes you as being different. So is it an urban or a rural case? It's actually a little bit of both. So it turns out that the Banner Health System, I did not look up the statistics, but it is one of the largest health systems in the country. And I believe it's actually the largest in Arizona. So not only do they, I believe they own hospitals in Scottsdale and Phoenix, and then also some others in the more rural areas as well. I think it's a little bit of both. So we've talked about fixed and variable costs a bit before. How do you think, what might look different for a hospital or a healthcare system? What strikes you? Or maybe it was something, you know, it maybe there's something that struck you in the write-up as well. Either way.
Training or lack thereof.
The training of the labor. Yeah. I tend to, well, so I think hospitals, my knee-jerk reaction is to think of it as being very capital intensive, because you think about the building. And it is, but it's maybe a good example of being almost half and half. I don't know if you noticed, right? Nurses comprise 42% of the hospital payroll, according to labor. Clearly, you know that staffing is an important part of the way a hospital runs. I was not aware until, or I had forgotten at least, the extent to which the labor was a key piece at that large, almost. I mean, if you put that together with doctors, it's clearly a large portion.
And I guess what I mean by that is when you think about the variable costs, I mean, you're changing your workforce basically.
Can you say that again? Sorry, you
Sure.
broke up on my side.
Sorry, if you can't hear me, let me know. But the workforce is changing in terms of the type of staffing from the traveling nurses, et cetera. And so what does that look like in terms of in connection to this, the cost structure changing?
Yeah. You know, you saying that, I'm not clear what's the cause and what's the effect, to be honest. Right. So one can imagine in this world where there is more emphasis on cost efficiency, that the hospitals have gone to more of a part-time environment. And so, you know, because they need to stay a bit more agile in their overall staffing needs. Some sense though that I this is more anecdotal on my side, but there have, you know, because of other constraints, I suppose some nurses have a greater preference for part-time work, whether or not that's been caused by the fact that, you know, there isn't necessarily as much consistent, or there's more uncertainty on the side of staffing. The article did not go into it quite as much. It focused more on the nursing staffing, but you know, there have been similar staffing questions as it relates to physicians as well. A lot of hospitals have increased their staffing of full-time. I think they call them like hospitalists, right? So they're more the full-time, as opposed to there's a physician practice and then they have what do you call it? Not duties. They have rights, right? They have privileges to perform at that hospital. You still see that, but it has moved. It's kind of interesting that that's moved maybe a bit more full-time. And then there's been this increase in more of a part-time for the nurses. Stuart,
Yeah,
were you about to say something? Oh.
Sorry, I was just gonna say in terms of, again, variance, I think that also the part of the comments in the panel referred to loyalty and communication and some of those factors and the impact of organizational ability to change in a crisis. And when you change your workforce in terms of what that looks like for the ability to manage this crisis and other crises. So in other words, is there loyalty to the profession, or is there loyalty to the health system? What does that look like in terms of the individual and their connection to the larger ethos?
In my mind, that relates back to some of our conversations. Again, Hunter, apologies, you weren't there, but to the quality of the care that would be provided. Key, obviously, an important, a critical component of this type of service. There's a decent amount of research that shows that teams that work together more often, you get better outcomes. I think that would be an argument for some of the cross training that you're seeing in here, but I think it still does call into question whether or not, that's enough. Unfortunately, I think the reality is that part of the incentive is probably here to stay, right? I mean, one of the things that Stuart, I want to come back to whatever you were going to point out, but while I'm talking about it, what I wanted to point out was this kind of reduction in cost that was occurring, pre-pandemic. Again, the hospitals responding to some of the incentives, and they found themselves prior to the pandemic reported a decrease of 2.1% fewer employees for every bed filled. Right, so they really had kind of scaled down what they were doing, and at the same time moved to more of an outpatient type of environment.
Right, reading the case study, I think this is a great segue that kind of bounds the topic this week with the one next week, because my understanding of the part of the problem, it has to do with billable days, billable hours, and private pay insurance versus Medicare, Medicaid, and just how sick people are and the level of care. So that managing all that is kind of left up to the individual actors, the nurses, and they're not. They're not enough of them, and their hours are long, and their jobs are stressful. So it seems like
you're talking pre-pandemic, or are you talking now?
Well, I think it's the pandemic just exacerbated the problem. So I think it was a problem that existed, and maybe it goes back to what you were saying, Teresa, about the reduction in capacity when all the hospitals merged. Maybe it's that it could even be from before then, but I think the ticking time bomb was the pressure on the system that the pandemic created, revealed all the fissures. And this question about efficiency and reducing costs for those that could pay for them, that couldn't pay for them. If the hospital has to subsidize the patient, then ultimately it's in a losing game. Right. It's a classic nonprofit problem. So it's just.
I agree with you, and it is part of. When I picked this article, I don't think I quite realized the devil's advocate component of the article as much as I feel like I do now. Of, part of where this particular health system where this health system mirrors the U.S. overall is, in order to survive, they were, really having to be quite lean. And it's probably a bigger topic than what we have time for at this point. We can argue on whether or not that's what needed to happen, or whether or not that right. And we're here arguing for organizations to be more resilient, and I think wanting to advocate for how organizations can build that in. But there's still fundamentally this this incentive that the organizations are going to have to respond to be viable in the marketplace. Dennis, I don't know if you want to, because I know you think about this a lot, right? This kind of tension between the efficiency versus the resiliency. And there is tension, but there's also, there is complementarity, to the extent that you think about resiliency as being around the next term. If you don't respond to the market environments that you're in, it's questionable. Oh, you're muted.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't given this case a lot of thought, but it seems to me that that's where it's relevant to the whole thrust of the program that we're trying to offer, that, you know, before the pandemic, for a variety of reasons, the reimbursement system obviously being one, the fact that, you know, I mean, there are for-profit hospitals involved, and some would argue that hospitals are a little different. They're really kind of market players, and what they're trying to do is you know, be as successful financially as possible and to minimize their costs. And a lot has gone on in the marketplace to make them more efficient in a cost sense, more tight. And that's happened over a long period of time. But what you want in terms of crisis and resilience is to have some margin of slack, so that you're not so tight that you can't do anything when conditions change. And in this case, it seems to me that the pandemic presented a different challenge than we talk about with other nonprofits. In other cases, it was a question, like in the arts or whatever, there's a question of all of a sudden revenue sources kind of going away, and you know, how do you deal with the deficits and so forth. In this case, it's extraordinary demands on the system because of this crisis. There's more to do, and they didn't have the resources to do it. And what they're trying to do is expand through, you know, additional services supported by variable costs, like, you know, additional nurses we can hire, and taking a look at how we can consolidate positions to get more out of the labor and so forth. But I think the basic point that I want to make is that it shows the difference between managing for efficiency and managing for resilience, that they got to be more efficient, but they didn't leave enough slack to really respond to a crisis of this sort. And that's why, you know, all of this catching up behavior is having to take place. At least that's kind of an initial take on it.
I think that's true. I was looking through the full article. There is a great quote in it, and of course I'm not going to be able to find it right now. Part of the reason I chose this particular article, I mean, clearly, you know, I don't want to speak for any of you. The healthcare workers are part of my heroes in all of this set of, you know, what they've had to work, you know, just get through with this, and the amazing work that they've done for the benefit of the public good. But I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I heard my dog downstairs. I apologize. But one of the reasons I chose this article is, yes, they had these efficiencies, but my sense of this particular healthcare system relative to some, I mean, it was still so taxing on the healthcare workers. There's no doubt about that. And I think there are big questions there moving forward. But my sense was that I would put forth that this healthcare system seemed to do it a bit better than some of the other cases that we've heard. And what I attributed that to was some of this cross training that was going on within the hospital system. I get the sense that they really did understand that they were, maybe, to your point, Dennis, almost too lean, right? They realized they had really cut, and that they needed to figure out how they would be able to respond quickly. And what really came out to me was this key piece, that this cross training, as we've talked about, happened prior to the pandemic. Yes, they had to hire additional, you know, part-time and, you know, traveling nurses, but a good portion, they were able to bring in additional nurses that cross-trained with the ICU nurses to get them up to speed.
Yeah, if I could comment on that also, because I think what you're saying and what I'm saying is consistent.
I
Because
agree.
because nonprofits were in a position, not only that, would they look at themselves and say, maybe, or the hospital I'm talking about, maybe we cut a little too close to the bone and now we can't respond in a resilient way to this new crisis where we have new demands. But what they're also saying in this case is, hey, maybe there's more slack there than we thought. And the slack is that we haven't taken advantage of some of the economies of scale and scope that are still there. And so if we look at this cross training and sharing of jobs and so forth like that, we can get a little bit more out of the resources that we have, because there's this
Yeah.
implicit slack and we have to find where it is and take advantage of it in the crisis.
Yeah. I mean, I think
So,
I agree with you. I want to kind of say the caveat that obviously there was a lot of burden put on healthcare workers in ways that we probably wouldn't advocate for moving forward, right?
yeah.
But that particular component was, arguably specific to this crisis. I still cannot find the quote in the Wall Street Journal, the specifics of the article. I know it's not in the one pager, but there's this, the CEO is quoted as saying something, part of the challenge was they couldn't keep all of these nurses on staff full time. They're trying to predict demand for their hospital. And it is a challenge basically every week, every quarter, for them to discern what the demand is going to be. And so on some level, I think that parallels to some of what nonprofits have to, other types of nonprofits have to think about in terms of demands for their services over time, and how you stay agile to those types of shifts in demand. We've already talked about the fact of services really shifting up for a majority of nonprofits. Were there other strategies? So, we've hit now several times throughout our time together on cross training. Was there anything else that struck you in what we wrote up, or if any of you briefly looked at the newspaper article that you'd want to highlight in terms of how they were able to scale their operations up quickly? I mean, we already talked about hiring, this is kind of the outsourcing, I suppose, right, of the traveling nurses, and bringing them in. But if that's a limited supply, it seems, I could not get a sense in the article. Traveling nurses were such a shortage that not all hospitals could get them. That did not seem to be an issue for this healthcare system. I believe I gave you guys a statistic that I thought was quite positive for the healthcare system. So they paired less qualified staff with ICU nurses. And they reassigned 700 employees. Amidst, this is the last paragraph that I gave you, amidst over 2,400 patients that needed to be transferred around Arizona, Banner accepted 870 of those through the state coordinated system and denied only 13 transfer requests. And my sense from the article was that most other healthcare systems were well above that average of having to deny transfer requests. So again, as unfortunate as some of these, the burden that was put on the healthcare system, it does seem to me that this healthcare system and the hospitals within it seem to be able to respond perhaps better than the average. So we've talked a lot about cross-training. Is that something that your organizations have done before? Is that something that perhaps you think about moving forward, or are there limitations to that with your organizations?
Teresa, that article, in my mind, raises a lot of questions. I wish I had the answers to it. It's not easily discerned how they, who came up with the solution. So, I think
you mean the cross training might have been from the nurse's perspective rather than leadership? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I'm biased too, right? And so I have a bias on top of all that. So it's hard to be neutral and read that article. And maybe there's special circumstances out there. I don't know what they are. That part of the country may or may not have been part of the first wave. I don't know, but I know that I know the system initially was focused on cost suppression, and that came at the, I don't know if it came at the detriment of patient care, but I know it was very much tied to revenue reimbursements, kind of what Dennis had described. So I don't think that caused an effect, or that relationship really really complements the service that they're trying to do. I don't know where to go with this. I'm kind of thinking out loud here, but it's hard to tell from that article what they did that's different. I mean, other than somehow the circumstances may have been different. But I think it's a good segue between the two topics that we're covering this week and next week.
Yeah, I don't know that they necessarily in the strategies. So it doesn't seem to me that. So in reading the Wall Street Journal article, it appeared that the strategies they put in place earlier were the N16 in terms of time frame and so on, in terms of reinvesting, putting money back in the system. So those are different from the strategies they put in place for the pandemic, correct? So they were sort of two different time frames in terms of how to invest in their system.
So you didn't see, I saw a little bit more of a link between what they did early on and how that helped inform what they did during the pandemic. You saw them as more distinct. No, that's fine. That's why we discuss these things, right?
I mean, linkage in that it inevitably had to be, but it didn't seem like it was. I don't think anybody could have foreseen maybe, but what we faced with the healthcare crisis and the pandemic. So it seems like there was action in 16 and so on to put some meat back into their systems, meaning more manpower and more investment financially.
You're saying in 2016? Is that what?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I think maybe that gets to Dennis's point that they recognized that they were too lean.
And you would think that in an area like this, leadership would recognize that. I mean, if any industry would recognize that a pandemic might cause havoc and a pandemic might be coming, and if it did, it would impact this particular industry. I imagine there was some forward thinking there that, people were rather concerned that they wouldn't have the ability to respond to that unless they made themselves more resilient.
Teresa,
Yeah,
go
sorry.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I was just, I'm really, I have no idea. The article does not mention this, but one could also imagine that some of recognizing that you're too lean could have come from assessments of quality, right? Survey information that you're getting from prior patients, right? There may have been kind of a little bit of a cycle to this, that they realized that they were just too, we'd already said too lean, but really had stretched their resources far too much. Any other components or strategies that you guys take from this that you think might be useful for your organizations? Gabe, Lauren, Cheyenne?
What Dennis is saying is you don't want to get too lean in case you have a situation that goes the opposite way. Because I feel like you end up like the hospital in that scenario ended up spending more to expand their staff with how much they're paying travel nurses and to get more people in the door than if they just kept it a little bit more above like that very lean level. I think it ended up costing them more and it also made it more of a hectic situation from the nurse standpoint because I feel like I'm a little biased here as Stuart is as my wife is also a nurse.
Mhm.
So she kind of went through the same thing during the pandemic. If it's the nurses that were on staff got overworked, it was a lot more chaos for them than the traveling nurse who came in, had a contract, they're working this amount of hours. They're not directly reporting to the hospital, they're directly reporting to an agency that pays them more than the hospital staff. So I think there's a lot to play in there with how hospitals treat.
What I really took note of, what I loved you mentioning, Gabe, is this component. I mean, some of what we're talking about in terms of resilience and matching that to, whether or not the market responds to this type of resiliency there is an element of this that is advocacy and really, I guess, arguing for why you need that slack, right? Why this is a good overall organizational decision to make. And you really highlighted one, which is, yes, it's going to cost us potentially, for a decision X that we make, it is a cost that we bear now, but it is less than a cost in the future to have to respond quickly. And I think, that really is an important argument that you brought up, Gabe.
I think it's important also to recognize that the market itself may not encourage that. I mean, the market is more of kind of a short-term set of pressures to keep your costs down and keep your margins up. And even the government, even the reimbursement systems may be that if they don't, sort of fully reimburse you for costs. So, I think that leads to thinking about something special about nonprofits that have to pay attention to resilience, because what they're trying to do is to ensure that they can do their important work in difficult circumstances and have the resources to do that. So that's going to have to be kind of a conscious decision to build in, more margin, more slack than the market might be demanding of you. I mean, it's almost like you have to resist some of those pressures in order to
I agree, Dennis.
resilience ahead of time. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Don't you see part of that then being better education and us, not just us as faculty or researchers, but kind of part of what I see is the benefit of these types of workshops is developing more of a normalization.
Yeah.
That these types of, we don't have this language, we don't talk about this very much, and just doing that begins to, in my view, create a different type of climate under which donors, grant makers might respond.
Yeah, I think so. Sort of giving people the understanding and the language so they can, sort of consciously go in this direction rather than just respond to what the environment is pushing them to do on a shorter term basis. And it's not as if there's not consciousness to do that. I mean, I'm looking at the case study, and they did some, good things, I guess, like drafting a response plan and investing in a full-time emergency preparedness staff. I don't know when they did that, but I mean, that's a good sort of preparatory kind of thing to do anytime And if they were doing that and they had those resources, that staff perspective and expertise, then they would be thinking about, where are our reserves? What are we going to do to get more out of our resources? If things hit the wall, if
Mhm.
something hits us, some shock hits us that we're not normally encountering. Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Teresa, you've asked a couple of times in terms of in different ways, how does this apply to our own organizations? So certainly there's the case that because sometimes I don't feel as well versed in healthcare and more in the higher ed space, but I do think that there's similar lessons here in higher ed of how higher ed started changing its model around reaching out and marketing to students, branding its education. And there was a real difference between those students that were on campus and the traditional versus the online. And so I think some of the investments and how that showed itself and who showed up and how they responded to the pandemic there's parallels here, right, with healthcare. And the same probably can be said for other nonprofit organizations in that how they prepared their people for very hands-on versus more of the high touch versus low touch way to access their services been tested in this pandemic space. High touch, low touch meaning everything from mission service, but also even cost and how those services are allocated.
The education sector is definitely feeling a push to be more lean as well. I would say we're probably 10 to 15 years behind healthcare in this setting, but it's definitely been moving in that direction.
So in the education sector, what would be like a crisis that would revert you guys being so lean in that, to where you wish you had some of that slack to need more, educators or something like that in a scenario?
I mean, I think we're sort of, facing the opposite situation. We've lost a lot of students and we've lost a lot of tuition. It's the more prototypical situation for nonprofits. And to a certain extent, the slack is there because over the longer term, I know for one reason or another, universities have been kind of doing some of the same things, kind of reducing their fixed costs in terms of full-time faculty and tenured faculty and building up, their resources of adjunct teaching and so forth. So, they've had some slack to cut back there when the enrollments go down. There's that. But on the other hand, I think in some ways the universities have moved in the other direction over the past decade or so, and in terms of building up fixed costs in their administrative area. And that's not so easy to cut back, when you have officers that are in charge of, making sure research is carried out ethically, or everybody's following diversity practices, or dealing with, the complexity of bringing in grant revenues and so forth. So that's a big fixed cost, and it's not clear what you do about that when you start running into a crisis that restricts your earned revenue.
So it's been almost a reverse crisis of what healthcare has faced, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would bring up.
What are your thoughts on that, Teresa? I mean,
Yeah, so I agree with what you're talking about. There's kind of two parallel trends that have been going on. And I guess I would add a third that has impacted the other two, which is public universities. Their budgets used to depend a lot more from government support. and they have turned to tuition. And that has like first order effects for the public universities, but then that has second order effects for all of the institutions in the education system, because it changes how public universities enroll their students, what they're thinking about is target enrollments, quality, a variety of things, and then given a fixed number of students, because for the most part, you can track enrollment of students based on who was born 18 years before, right? I mean, there's a demographic trend that you can follow, and it's not exactly true. There's expansion of markets that people have, that institutions look at internationally. They think about transfer students, students returning, graduate, executive, these types of things. But still, largely, that demographic is set, right? And so if there's increased enrollment at a large portion of institutions, then that impacts the other institutions. I was going to make a second point as it related to kind of your ask about resiliency. Oh, I know what it was. Another component, we haven't talked about it as much today, but I think it's an important one to bring up. And education is a good example. So, a lot of what the production function looks like is educating students, but simultaneously producing research. And that production of research is quite costly, often hard to measure, and often very long-term. And, the benefits of it, you don't see short-term. And, one component to think about there is, to what degree kind of more of the short-term revenue model on the student side. Let me rephrase. The differences in the cost, it is a shared cost in the sense of a faculty member does research and teaching. But as there has been more and more pressure on the teaching side, I think what I get concerned about is to what degree the research is going to continue to be able to be supported. And to our point about, there's some element of you have to respond to the market, that research side I don't think anybody would argue differently. It is very costly. I don't know if I want to go so far as to say that the teaching component cross subsidizes the research, but at the very least, the research component, it is an area that will likely face underinvestment at most universities. And to the point of being resilient in the long term, I would argue, what we do that's important is that we do long-term research that doesn't have short-term benefit necessarily. We don't see short-term outcomes, and you can point to a variety of examples of not only does that benefit that institution, in the sense that they get the notoriety, but, just overall for the public good, to what extent are we trading short-term efficiency for, being able to produce longer-term public gains in knowledge?
Research needs the faculty portion up front. One needs the other to, like you said, not exactly cross-subsidize, but still help fund and help propel that part forward.
And so I guess, I guess what I'm saying, I think fundamentally we are becoming less resilient from that standpoint of being able to then it's part of what makes universities in our education system unique, is that we have that component of generating the knowledge that truly is there for the public good. Yes, faculty still get paid, but for the most part, it works very differently than getting a patent and these types of things. That part of the market's also changing, and universities are beginning to tap into that. So maybe that helps the research move forward, but at the very least, that will change the choices of what research they choose to invest in. Okay. Unless there are any objections, I think we'll move on. And we're at 3 o'clock. I'm guessing and it's a Friday. I'm thinking let's kind of recap, think about what we've learned, points that you've taken away. And you guys have these slides. I'll only briefly hit on the expected assignment at the end, if you choose to want to get credit for this. So, there are key themes that we've hit on, kept coming back to the fixed versus variable and trying to think about how to move that forward. I would also argue, that, we talked about how you could almost go back to our beginning slide. I'm going to reiterate it, right? But it's not just thinking about fixed and variable, but then thinking about how that impacts both your short run and your long run planning, and recognizing that you're not going to have as much control over those fixed costs in the short run. So does that change the portfolio of what you want to think about in terms of fixed versus variable cost? I think we've done a good job both through the great discussions we've had, the panelists, in highlighting that this is going to differ from organization to organization. And I would encourage you to think about what fits well for your organization and in the environment that you are in for your services, where you are in the country, right? Hunter put this in the chat, right? Rural versus urban, a variety of factors that you may need to think about in terms of thinking about what makes you the most agile in being able to pivot as you might need to. I would also call attention to, we've related this to the scaling up and scaling down. How do you think about that in terms of economies of scale, economies of scope, and recognizing that pivoting doesn't always just mean reducing. What does it mean to think about a particular core part? We saw this as, great examples during the panel, a pivot towards helping with PPE and, these 3D printers that he was able to help get in order to provide the PPE for his doctors. And that was what TJ brought up. Bonnie talked about pivoting their IT towards, building systems for this new certification. So, sometimes it's about a repositioning of the portfolio. And again, thinking about how to set up your cost structure so that you can best do that, recognizing you can't look perfectly into the crystal ball, but what will allow you to do that. Any other thoughts, comments, takeaways that others would like to make at this point? Okay, I'm going to leave this one just as kind of thoughts. We've basically gone through all of this, and I would just encourage you to, think about these questions. Are any of these appropriate for your organization at this time? Do any of these make sense? Or maybe you just keep these as in a queue and possibly, come back to them on a periodic basis, and perhaps not just you, but as, a group, a team. Maybe some of these questions are posed to board members, or for you thinking about, working with your executive team. For those of you who are wanting to submit this for credit, we're asking for you to identify your organization's 3 to 4 largest costs, and think about, are they fixed? Are they variable? What makes them fixed? What makes them variable? We're going to ask you to identify at least one, to think about how you could shift it to being more variable than fixed. What would that look like? What are the benefits? How does that help support your central mission? Happy to answer any particular questions or clarifications on this, but I think we're kind of wrapping up.
So for the first, for the certification credit, do we have to do just these questions or the case study too, or both? Sorry, I missed the.
I'll defer to Dennis and Stuart on this one.
Yeah, just those. Submit that in writing to Teresa. If she approves it, then you get credit for this.
The 3 to 4, the questions here on the screen.
The ones that are showing, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Dennis, Stuart, final points?
Actually, thank you for addressing that, Teresa, because I was going to ask you, so that was very useful. Just so that everyone knows, it's a short turnaround time before our next module, and I'd like to encourage you all to register and to attend. It's next week. Then if there's anything you can do to assist us with spreading the word, I would appreciate that. Just send me where I can post and who I can talk to. Then we'll also follow this up by sending you a link to our online feedback, our survey. It's a quick survey, and really it's your opinion on what we can do to make things better and what worked well. And I think that's it. So next week it's income related resilience strategy, and Dennis Young will be leading that.
Well, thanks all. Thanks for your participation and your feedback. I've enjoyed the discussion. It's been nice to meet those of you who I had not met before.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. You did very good.
Everybody did it.
Thank you.
Hope you all have, oh, did you just stop the recording? No.
No, it's still recording.
I wish you all a happy end of Friday. If you are so inclined, I would say we all have earned a cocktail. And a nice weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Again, nice